Hello and welcome to the Wisdom of Odin movie marathon here on New Year's Eve. Thank you for joining me if you're hopping in right away. Again, this is something that's going to be going on for well over 12 hours over the course of this day. I hope you're able to join us throughout the process. Obviously, you don't have to watch the whole thing if you don't want, but I would love if you joined us. I'll be down in the comments as well in the live chat with you for the majority of the day, and then having commentary in between all of the gathering videos. So once again, if you didn't watch the invite to this, we're going to be going through all of the gathering videos, starting with the very first one, because this is really the heart and soul of this channel, of watching the evolution of where it all began with just me hitting record for the first time to putting out the call to have this first pagan gathering in Kentucky, and then all the way to the non-profit that has now become. Truly, looking back at this first gathering, it is so humbling to see how far it's come, just from a 900 subscriber YouTube channel at the time, asking people to come together to worship the old gods, to what it has become now. So starting with this first gathering in spring, let's watch it, and I hope you enjoy this movie marathon and the commentary in between. Once again, this is only going to be available for a few days after this, so if you're watching after the fact, I hope you enjoy it, but this is something we're going to be doing every year as we reflect on the evolution of the Fellowship in Northern Traditions, the community that started from this channel, and this is where it started. So let us go ahead and begin the first spring gathering.
Tonight, we drink to the old gods. Tonight, we drink to us, for we are worshiping the old gods in Kentucky at Osara. So I say, hail the gods, and let us celebrate to their name. Go! Go!
Oh, well, I definitely came in with expectations of not knowing what was about to happen.
Well, the last 24 hours, when I got here, I didn't expect to meet people with all the same sort of viewpoints and to be so welcomed in the community.
It was amazing. I felt a connection to the gods with a sense of community that I never thought I'd find, especially living here in Kentucky.
It's just been an amazing thing. Just for, I lack of better words. I was reborn during the ceremony last night. And it's a feeling that I've never felt before. I feel so much different today than I ever have in my entire life. It was worth everything that it took to come up here. And everyone that I was here at this ceremony with, they're going to be brothers and sisters for the rest of my life.
So we just got here, and we are pretty much just blown away right now. I mean, you have this huge pond, and then there's the house up there. It's just a little house on the hill, and it's so gorgeous. This is going to be a crazy night. Do not forget that if you're a pagan out there, you can find other people. They exist, they're out there, and they just need us to reach out and say they're not alone. I mean, we're in Kentucky, the Bible Belt of the United States, and we found 9 people to get together and worship the old gods. And for $400 a night, we got that. So not even that much money per person. And we're going to have a wonderful night. I'm so excited. Everyone should be getting here soon. And yeah. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but I was just out here just talking to the Allfather and shouting before everyone gets here. And this valley is so wonderful. There are people nearby, so hopefully they don't get too annoyed. Well, maybe you can hear this. Odin! It echoes for miles. Oh, they are going to hate us, and the gods are going to love us.
Oh my god, it goes forever.
Welcome our gods!
Hail Odin! Oh, Father! Hail Granter of Wisdom! And Tyr, who gave us courage, who
Like football coach.
Yes. Who wants to spend their time in church? This is way better.
Scream at Jesus.
Yeah.
And we got to explore the woods too.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that hike, just every activity that we did was just so magical. We went out into the woods and had our ceremony, and we were able to talk about the gods and the runes and our experiences, and that's something that's really rare and I think unprecedented around here. So.
It's been a really wonderful time of getting to know everyone here and taking a trip through the woods and falling in the creek and having a good time filled with laughter. And then the ritual was powerful and people felt like things and connections to things that they weren't sure even existed. And it was a beautiful time.
I've also left a part of myself on every one of them. I've been tattooing everybody. I came here with the hopes that I might be able to do one or two, and I think there were 9 or 10 of us that showed up. And I've done all but one of them. I've still got to do, but she wants to do it in the forest. So I finally found my path, my true purpose, to honor the gods and honor my ancestors.
It felt like family really quick, and it was just far more wonderful and magical and amazing than I felt like I had any right to experience. And I'm so glad that these people trusted all of us enough to open up to each other, because I feel like that really made the experience for me, is not only reaching out to the gods, but seeing other people so wholeheartedly doing it as well was just so powerful.
First thing we must do is make sure the gods know who we are. Tonight we give. Whom do you give to tonight?
I give to Odin and I give to Tyr.
And why do you give to the gods?
Because they're here with us tonight on our gathering as we begin our journey into the heathen community as we spread it for paganism.
Then give to the gods! Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
All
I
right.
realized it was
Wonderful. Everyone stay slightly further back. Beautiful. To you, sister. To which gods do you give?
I give to Morgan
Why do you give to the Morgan?
because they've done so much for me and it's time for me to repay them.
Then give to the Morgan.
Woo!
Woo! Hail the Morgan! To you, brother. To which god do you give?
I give to Bragi, I give to Thor, and I give to Odin.
And why do you give to these gods?
Because they have given me knowledge, they give me guidance, and they give me protection.
Then give to your gods.
It's gonna take a minute. I've got a few to open.
So I give to Odin. Why do I give to Odin? Because he's the one that started this all. He's the one that gave me a vision and told me to gather the folk. And what have I done? I have gathered the folk! So to you, Odin, this is for nothing besides my love and my respect. Hail Odin, the All-Father!
God damn.
Hail, All-Father! Hail, All-Father!
Are you okay?
My hand was in there.
Sorry.
I think you singed the hair off of it. It's all good.
You stabbed me with a needle earlier today. All right, back up.
You asked for it.
Maybe we should have had a paramedic.
You might should have. I need to throw this salmon in there.
Odin for wisdom, Tyr for justice, to address Tyr for revolution.
Today, I'm giving to Freyr and Freya because they have both given me all that I love in my life. Nature, and this one right here. An apple for Freyr. A handful of raspberries for Freya. Thank you for watching over us.
And this marks such a special occasion that we talked about all tonight. I hope you feel it. Tonight we can celebrate and party until we pass. But tonight we're so happy. So if there is anything you wish to No, that was fucking good. It's whiskey. I chugged it way too much for whiskey. I was like, oh, look, a figure.
So the ceremony is long over, and the drink has been long drank. But the evening is finally coming to a close, and we've just been talking about the gods, and it has been truly wonderful. And as I said, we've all been drinking a little too much. But I don't know if this will be the end of the video when I edit, but all I want to say is hail the gods. No matter how you worship them, no matter who you worship them with, this is truly a magical day, and I want this for everyone. I want everyone to feel the gods as we have tonight. So, skål to you, and I hope you as well get to worship the gods with us, or with your own kindred and your own tribe. So until then, skål.
You look so majestic right now. The sun's behind you.
So what I love to see in this one is how much everyone has changed, but how much it hasn't changed at the same time. Like Logan and Mary and Caleb and Casey, it all started here, and it's just amazing how far we've come and how much we've grown and evolved. So these humble beginnings of just how small it was, it's just amazing to see. Even like Caleb, you know, like this is the first tattoo he ever did on somebody else right there at this gathering. It's on video. First hand poke he did on everybody else, and now he's done like my finger tattoos. He's done tattoos on my leg. And so he's done hundreds at this point, I think, of pagan tattoos for people at these gatherings. Logan and Mary have, you know, we came to this gathering and now they're leading some amazing rituals that are just truly incredible. I mean, really hold on to this if you're watching through the whole process of, you know, these two people that just answered the email and showed up, and now they're leading some of the craziest rituals I've ever seen, full of so much magic and love. And I actually was their officiant. I was their handfaster for their wedding as well. And it's amazing, and I really hope to continue to reflect on this video, because the feeling of love and community that instantaneously happened, it was like immediately, it was like these people were family. That feeling still exists today with our gatherings. We're still having of people coming up and saying, this feels like family. And it's like, that's what we're protecting. That's what the Fellowship of Northern Traditions is all about, is this feeling of love, togetherness, and family that comes from worshiping the old gods and coming around a fire. So yeah, it started small. The channel was small. This was small. So yeah, that was the first spring gathering in March of 2020. So going into the second gathering that we ended up having of Midsummer, this was when we were still trying to figure out what in the world we were doing. Because at this point, we had had one gathering, one video, 1,500 views at that point, and people just kept asking us when the next gathering was going to be. And obviously the events of 2020 led Kentucky and most of the world going into lockdown. However, Kentucky's lockdown ended in May. I returned back to work like many people, and we still had so many people asking us when the next gathering was going to be. And so in June of 2020, we decided to have our second gathering in Lancaster, Kentucky, which was absolutely beautiful. I love this property. They were not so good with us doing pagan things, so we have not gone back. Yeah, they definitely at one point, the drumming bit, the farmer that was working the land drove by, and I do not think he was okay with the paganism. But we had this gathering, we planned it in like a 22-day turnaround, and we added an additional day. That first gathering was only 24 hours, less than 24 hours, And so this gathering started on a Friday and ended on a Sunday. Again, we were still trying to figure out so much of how to feed people, how to make them stay hydrated, how to keep everyone safe, and then of course how to do these rituals and how much we were going to show. So yeah, this was definitely the learning process gathering for sure. So I hope you enjoy Midsummer and all of its music and good times. This gathering definitely has a special place in my heart because of just how beautiful it was getting everyone together in the rolling hills of Kentucky. The sun is warm, the sky is clear, birds are chirping, bags are packed, the heathens are on their way, and midsummer is about to begin. What a strange packing as someone who is going to a pagan gathering is very strange because you have your bag of clothes, and I feel like this is universal, like this just kind of happens. You have your bag of clothes and your like modern conveniences like phone chargers and like, you know, I'm bringing my drone, and then you have your bag of woo-woo, your bag of heathen objects like mead horns, runes, books, and all kinds of things like that. And I just have a bag of that stuff. But yeah, I'm about to gather the people. I'm going to the airport here in town. I'm actually picking someone up who's flying in, I think from California. And that's amazing that people are flying in. I mean, we have people driving like 10 plus hours to get to this thing. We have people flying in, getting picked up at airports. It's truly amazing to see what's happening to make this gathering real and how far people are willing to travel to get to the folk, to get to this. It's been a while, a few weeks preparing for this, and a lot of spiritual weirdness. But I think this is going to be an amazing weekend, and I can't wait to share it with you.
I went in expecting to be really nervous. Kind of suffered from social anxiety most of my life. Pulled up, and as soon as I pulled up, there was just this group of people that would just greet you with drums and beautiful, friendly faces.
Yes, it's Logan and Barry!
Look at all this community. Friendship.
That face that you just got. I don't know if
Wow.
I've slacklined once, but if anyone wants to get thrown
This
up in
is
the air, I got 'em.
gorgeous. Hey, look at this. Look at this scenery in this
That's all
background.
I'm good for.
This is gorgeous, man. Hey.
I'll settle it up though. I went to
Ooh. Hello, everyone. We are at Kentucky. We're at the Midsummer Gathering. This is a beautiful experience so far. Let me go ahead and show everybody real quick.
Baby giraffe.
Hey, got Jacob. Casey. Woo! We are here at the gathering. We are actually, it's still a little bit early in the day. We're waiting, I think, on what, 10 more people? I think we got 10 more people left. It has been a beautiful experience so far. I'm so happy to be here. I cannot, something.
Nature attacks.
I knew something stung me.
Was it a bee?
That was a bee.
Oh no, did it actually get you?
Yeah, no, it stung me.
Oh no! Hold on, let me get it on the camera. Hold it! Oh no! Whew. So yeah, it's been quite an experience. A lovely, lovely day so far. I cannot wait for tomorrow. I think it's going to be a beautiful experience again. I'm so happy to share experiences with the folk and be with everybody. I must say, if you haven't done this before, if you haven't had a gathering, I would definitely recommend it. It's one of the most beautiful, awesome experiences you'll probably enjoy if you're a heathen in your whole entire life. It's my personal opinion anyway. So, all right, I'm gonna give the camera back to Jacob.
Get more into it. Come on now. You're hiding over there. Show us that Viking spirit. Oh shit.
I just don't want it on me while it happens. Yeah, well, I mean, it's an old bug. I don't want to, like, touch it.
How was your experience at Midsummer so far?
My experience at Midsummer has been incredible. I've really enjoyed getting to meet everybody that I've seen in the Discord and on Instagram. And as a heathen practicing in Columbus, Ohio, I have a small group of guys that I hang out with typically, but to be able to like fellowship with the larger folk has been absolutely awesome. The place has been great. Everyone here is very cool, and I personally have had a couple of confirmations of some spiritual things that I was looking for answers for. So it's definitely been a personal experience. It's been a very communal experience, and it's been a powerful experience, and even life-changing in certain things. I was able to make my mind up about a decision I was having some trouble with, and just being out here away from my normal life has really helped me gain clarity in that area.
Natural. I am not here. I am Jacob. I said act natural. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I'm here.
Rip.
had a really good hike yesterday where we went out and found a lot of wildlife. And then, I don't know, just spending that hike with new friends and just getting to know them. It was awesome.
Bye, Logan. You did find a good trail, though.
Thanks. I will say that.
Well, we don't want to lose the people behind us.
No.
Frolic, Michael. Frolic like you've never frolicked before. You took place in the oath ring ritual last night, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. I finally get to wear it now, or at least I get to feel good about wearing it. And so many people joined in at the end there. Like, I originally talked to the Norse Path and Jacob about doing it, and it was just going to be like this quiet thing. Like, we're just going to go off to the woods a little bit. Let me like have them witness me do my oath and everything, and then Thora wanted to do it, and then all of a sudden there's like 6 of us, I think 6 of us. I don't know, it was so good. Especially like Norse Path came out and like actually like kind of led the ceremony, which none of us expected. Came out with a face paint, and it was just there's something about it.
Thank you all. Hail the folk and hail the gods. Skull!
Skull!
Hail the gods!
Was that your first time in like a public ritual space?
Oh yeah, that's the first time. Like I've never even done so much as a prayer in front of my partner who I live with. I was like, and they're also pagan. So yeah, this is my first time like actually coming out and really getting to be myself and feel completely safe about it.
So when I was deciding what offering to give tomorrow, I decided to give to Frey. But how could I not think to give to the Allfather? So of course I bought him moonshine. I bought him a strong drink. Because that is what Odin likes. And he likes strong folk. And are we not strong folk? Woo! Oh! Woo! So let's see what Odin thinks of this offering.
I think he liked it.
What do you have to give, pagans? Give to the Allfather. Here we are. In the year 2020. Yes!
Skull.
Skull. I need something to drink. Who's got something to drink?
We all poured it out!
Oh. Ooh, happy midsummer, everybody. We have made it to day 2. What happened on day 1, you ask? Oh, so much more than I could have expected. I mean, having this many people, I think there's 27, 28, all things considered. And, I mean, it's amazing. We were all joking from the original gathering. We were like, man, we really amped it up from like 1 to like 11 real quick. I mean, there was a lot of people here. And the same thing, everyone just started getting along right away. And, I mean, I didn't even think that was going to happen again, but all these circles started forming where everyone was just talking and enjoying each other's company. It's like, you know, most of these people have never met another pagan or have never been able to just talk openly about the gods. And so to have them, you know, be able to gather is something truly amazing. I mean, so many conversations were had, and just like last time, it felt like days were yesterday, and we still have a whole nother day. Because yesterday was really about the folk. Yesterday was really about just getting to know each other, eating, drinking, just, you know, really just getting to know each other. I mean, I can't tell you how many times people were just in the woods and walking around. I mean, this place is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, you can't see. Oh, but it's crazy out through here. I mean, this morning has been, I mean, there's crows, I hear cows, I hear roosters, birds. I mean, everything is just alive out here. I mean, they found snake bones. There was coyotes last night.
There honestly is no better perfect place to worship the gods during midsummer than here. And it's been hot. It's been so incredibly hot. But it's the summer gathering. What did we expect? So lots of water has been drank. I'm proud of everyone for bringing lots of water. The thing that really is really beautiful is the altar that was built around the fireplace. I mean, the fireplace here had already had a bone, like skull thing in it, and a bunch of little decorations. And then all of a sudden we started adding our own mead horns and altars of the gods and just, trinkets. And it just started growing and growing, and it's just so beautiful now. And then the thing I really loved is that there was only one table in the kitchen, like in the dining room area. And so we decided that we were going to make a great hall. So we pulled some tables from the basement all the way up to the main hall and created a long feasting table mostly for today. And then today we have a wedding. I'm making breakfast. We have a wedding, and we have the ritual and the feast. We're doing more feasting. So I don't know how we're going to all get this packed in one day, but today is for the gods. Today is for them. And I kept on telling everyone last night, like, today was for us, but tomorrow the gods are coming. So I believe the gods will be here soon.
I think my favorite part is just hearing everybody else's story. Like myself, a lot of people come from a Christian background, and there's a lot of trepidation and fear when you decide to embark on this path for the first time, because it comes as a risk. I mean, people might judge you, they might not want to talk to you, you might lose some friends, as some of my friends of my kindred have, and I have too to some degree. But coming here and seeing other people who have made that sacrifice and who unashamedly worship the gods together, it's just kind of like a life-giving scenario to be in.
Not really. Exactly. Except for me that has to edit my face later.
Editing everyone else's face.
Brother.
Normally I get tattoos at a parlor, or I get a tattoo at my friend's house who's a professional tattoo artist, but this was just absolutely insane to get something done that's by someone that's part of the community. Not only is he part of the community, he's like a family at this point. We're like all brothers. So it's just a complete different feeling. It was like more pride to it, more symbolic to it.
Yeah, I know whenever someone asks me about my tattoos, I always get to the hand poke, and I'm like, no, that's just for me. Like, you don't get to know that one yet. You got to come to one of these events to actually see and know what that is.
Yeah, it was a cool experience. I've never had a hand poke tattoo either. So getting this done was a first, and of course, I'd be at my first ever gathering too. So it's always going to be an amazing memory.
My experience with Thor there was quite intense. I was walking around and I found the one oak tree way out at the end of the yard and all by itself. So I ran back and grabbed my stones and built my shrine. And next thing I know, the wind's starting to pick up and I hear drums coming behind me, and Jacob's there playing his drum. And then the wind picks up even more and I hear more drums and everyone else is starting to show up. And it felt so amazing to actually finally be able to do this with other people. That for me was almost the best part of the whole weekend.
Gods in the north, we summon you. Spirits of the east, we welcome you. Gods of the south, we summon you. Spirits of the west, we welcome you, knowing that it binds you to all that we believe in. Frey and Freya, we welcome you. The folk, we welcome you. Today, we celebrate many things, but right now, in this moment, we celebrate love. A love between Marion and Douglas. well, Matthew. Oaths are some of the most sacred things in our faith. Oaths are so similar to vows, but they're so unbreakable. And so to bind your oaths together, so with your hands, you have oaths to say to one another. This is the time. The gods are here with you. So marry what you have to say. With these oaths, the gods have heard you. It's no more clear than right now that the gods are with us. So I see no reason for you to not be married. Does anyone see a reason for these two to not be married? Hey! So when I remove this hand wrapping, you will be married in the eyes of the gods, in the eyes of the folks. And I believe to all of us that is the most important thing. Congratulations. Folks, what do we have to say to this? Score! Score!
Really always wanted to find a community that just felt right, and I really think I've found that here. It's just really hard to explain. It's like the best community that I think I've been a part of, and I'm really thankful for that. And I mean, I kind of feel like if anyone there, like anyone a part of this community ever needed anything, you know, I would try my hardest to do whatever I could to help them.
So you've heard me talk enough, you'll hear me talk more. But tonight we feast, tonight I say thank you. So let us eat. Skål! Skål!
27 people feasting together. I wasn't even done eating. I had to take a step outside just to really absorb that. 27 people feasting together and their love for the folk and the old gods. That's amazing. It's crazy. Brotherhood. This is amazing. It's been such a crazy day. It's been storming, it's been sunny, it's been stormy again. We have a fire going in the rain.
Gentlemen, are we happy to be here?
This is it, baby. This is the gathering.
Oh man.
Hey, all day we've kept this fire going.
I know.
There was a low point where it was almost out. And we felt this need to keep it going for the rest of the day, because all the things that's happened today, we felt like this fire needed to keep going. This fire needs to keep burning.
Yeah.
Until after the ritual. I think that's when we can let it go.
This weekend was the connectivity that I needed. You know, it connected me to the gods.
We are here to celebrate the gods. Celebrate the gods like Odin, and Thor, and Frey.
That only until then I had felt weird talking about it to people. And now it's in almost everyday conversation. And Jacob and Casey gave me that. And, you know, I couldn't ask for anything else from them.
had the final ritual at the end. Just these wonderful, powerful moments that brought you together as this one strong folk, this like family.
And let it straight to the old gods like our ancestors did! Skull!
Things that you will never forget, things that I'm sure I will never forget, and it's one thing that makes me realize this is something really powerful going down in history. Like, this is something seriously important that is happening.
So I ask you, do you have gifts for the gods? That's more like it!
And we're gonna do that by celebrating! Let's dance! Let's celebrate! Let's sing! Let's be with our gods tonight!
Dance like your life depends on it! Dance with the gods! Dance with your ancestors! Feel them!
Oh, no one ever believes me when I tell them that the spiritual hangover is far worse than any other hangover you're going to get. Oh, man, I'm tired. And the amount of mess we've made from the feast. Oh, what a night. I'm impressed I actually still have a voice. It was good. I had to get that at least one.
Oh, it's fine. Like, I know it didn't help that I threw this down, like, not too long.
Oh yeah, no, I just like ran.
The gods were there with us this weekend, and they'll be with us for every other weekend to come. And I cannot wait for the next one to be there. This gathering for Midsummer just opened my eyes and made my spirit soar.
Saying goodbye is the hardest part.
So that was the Midsummer Gathering, and gosh, just watching it again, with so many of the things that we do now still started at this gathering. This is the first gathering we introduced drums. It's the first one the tattoos really started growing from when Caleb first started doing them. So yeah, it's really wild to see what we started doing here, and we still continue to do this day. And so when this community became formalized and we were looking for a name, we ended up on the Fellowship of Northern Traditions. And a part of that is because of the traditions that have become part of this family and part of this community are things that have been around since nearly the very beginning, and many of them starting here in this Midsummer video. You know, even like the wedding, you know, this is the first wedding we did. And, you know, I was literally just certified through the Universal Life Church, and this amazing couple asked me to do their wedding for them. And so I did it. And it's just one of those things where, you know, actually meeting them and performing a wedding is not something that I ever expected, but it's so beautiful. And now to this day, we've performed quite a few weddings. I've done a couple myself of hand fasting ceremonies, and they continue to be very beautiful and something that we love to do. So yeah, just so much started here. Again, we were figuring things out, but you can just see these things grow as we will continue this process and exploring these gatherings and the Fellowship of Northern Traditions. So the third... And now we've arrived at the third gathering, the one that we really started ramping things up. Like, what's the second one and the first one? Like, so many people that came to these, the first gathering, the second, and the third, are leaders in the community now and to this day, and have led gatherings around the country and around the world. And so to see where it started here in the first few gatherings is truly incredible and, again, heartwarming. And so with this one, we really ramped up the ritual. We were still figuring out what we were doing in the first and second one, and this one we're like, let's get crazy with it. And there's a lesson in this because we definitely went in very uncontained and raw and primal, because we were like, we want to feel something. We want to connect to the gods in a way we never thought possible. And so we really really just had this very large and explosive weekend. This was the first time we went from Monday to Friday. So, 3 nights of rituals and the gods and conversations and feasting and drinking. And so the rituals in this to this day are still some of the most primal we have had. But now we've also learned the importance of spiritual protection, of, making sure you have, wards, of making sure that you have grounding techniques after you have such a primal ritual. Again, we were still figuring out what we were doing. And so keep in mind that when you're going into this video, this was 3 years ago now. This is something that we're still learning from and looking back on. And I think that's a very important part of your heathen and pagan practice, is reflecting on the things that you've done and see what works and doesn't work. And yes, these rituals definitely worked, but we learned a lot of valuable lessons from them that we continue to bring into our rituals today. And without, these raw, untamed rituals, we wouldn't be able to put on the very successful, still primal rituals that we have been doing this year. So yeah, there's a lot to learn from this video, but I think this is actually still the most popular gathering video to this date, and I think it's because of the rituals we had here. So I hope you enjoyed the very primal rituals here within the fall gathering of 2020. I wanted to film this as sort of my own interview. I like to interview people at the gatherings and ask them, how it was for them, or this time I think I'm going to ask, what are your expectations going into it? So I figured I'd come and interview myself, so to speak. This is my 3rd gathering, my 3rd full ritual. 3rd time gathering my folk in such a way, but so many of us have built friendships in between these gatherings, so it just means even more. I mean, me, Logan, Mary, Caleb, Parker, Casey, Drew, Jason. I mean, so many of us have met in between these last 2 gatherings. I mean, most of everyone there we've talked to for a very long time. So it really does feel different. It feels very different. Ostara was very nerve-wracking because it was the first one and the first time anything like this had happened in my life and anyone's lives there. Midsummer was terrifying because of how quick we had to plan it. It was terrifying because most of the people there were strangers to most of us. But they quickly became family once again. And now we're going into it already a family. So we're building those bonds. We're building our relationships with ourselves, but also with the gods. It's like, we're moving past the first chapter of the book, or we're moving past the introduction. And now we're moving into a new stage, another chapter. A lot of these people are going to go and lead their own rituals and lead their own gatherings, and a lot of these people we won't see for a while. It might be a while before we see them again. 3 days. We're in for one hell of a weekend. So it begins.
In den Abenteuer steigen heute Nacht die Zauberweise in wildes Volk und Liliths Art. Lauernd Winde heimlich wart. Lasst uns zu den Feuern streifen, raunend nach den Sternen greifen. Gutes und auch Böses Wort tragen wir heute fort und fort. In den
6 of us have arrived at the location for the fall gathering. I mean, look at that place. This is perfect. There's so much nature and land. And there's Ian. Ian's arriving. I think it's Ian.
That's Ian.
That's Ian. Oh, we got someone behind. Oh, yeah. But let me show this to you down here before everyone else arrives, because, like, this is crazy. So we have this beautiful house, right? Beautiful house. 2 decks. This is my favorite part down here. So we were thinking, oh, where are we going to do a ritual? We didn't really see a spot for it. Look at that. There's a fire pit with a ritual rock down here. A whole rock. I mean, I don't know if laying on it's the right answer. Just for reference, everyone, he is 6'3", or should I say 4'1"? Just a...
Yeah, right? Holy shit.
You can stand up. Like, how has a pagan thing not happened here before? I mean, you can step on this thing and then give the ritual. This changes everything. This is going to be amazing. You got a pond? I mean, look at the house. This is going to be an insane weekend, and I can't wait to share it with you. Look at all this community. Community.
Das Feuer springen in der Walpurgisnacht. Hey, oh. Hört die Geigen, hey, oh. Die Feuer sind entfacht. Hey, oh. Folgt den Geigen in der Walpurgisnacht.
How into it are you?
Oh no, how into it are you?
Ungestüm im Spiel der Geigen dreht sich unser nächtlich Reigen und wir treten wild und frei diesem alten Zauber bei.
We're going to the ritual rock.
Come here. I'll Simba you up.
Simba me up?
Ah, Svenja!
Okay.
Always filming.
The Iron Throne. Yes. Neil. It says don't move the pool table. It does not say don't sleep on the pool table. That will be a new sign after us.
Right.
All right, just giving another tour. So it's a little dark down here. There's not a lot of light. Wait, here we go. Nope, nope, nope. Yep. Oh, nope. Oh, there's another one.
Where are all the lights?
Hey! All right, so we got lots of stuff going on here. So look at these bunk beds. They're so narrow. But we got a whole room of bunk beds here. Tons of stuff in here. I mean, this place is crazy. Like, this is the basement.
Oh my gosh, like I was blown away.
Here's the bar area. So we got poker. There's more beds. There's a huge couch. Run away from the video. We got the bar. So yeah, this is all the basement. And then of course, like, while we're here, nature. It's got 2 decks, like got the patio here, and then it's got a whole deck up there. And of course the pond. This place is crazy. So we always have a little bit of a woo table, a magic table. And normally it's like this size, which has now become the horn table. And then we have the drum wall. And now we have made the entire center magical objects. Oh, and then we have the staff corner. We're gonna have to find more places to sleep.
It feels like it's really grown, but also it's kind of stayed the same. It's just bigger, I guess. Yeah, the original gathering, just 9 of us. And then Midsummer was about 30. And now we're about 30 again. But it feels like there's a common theme, a common energy that's flowed through all this. It hasn't felt like it's changed, except it just keeps getting better. I don't know. It's hard to describe.
It's got just 3 X's on
Casey fucking scares me. She stabbed a man in China. No, she'd stab me just the same if she just gets me alone to her room. She don't want no witnesses. She don't want no court case.
Okay, verse number 3.
Choked out a man in China. Choked out my mom. Choked out a ticket.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack. So, first off, it's just amazing. Just being with people and seeing people and being together with people is just a life-changing experience. Just everybody coming in, the greetings. Every time a new car rolls in, there's just more people. The table full of woo and magical items, the corner full of staffs is just great. But the real magic happened when the night fell. So I live basically an hour away from here, and I have never seen a glowworm, which is the the larval form of a firefly, and they glow in the ground. But here, as soon as it got dark, the ground was just a sea of lights, and that was magical. And then so I'd really been feeling a need to offer to Angerbotha, which is the mother of Hel, Jormungandr, and Fenrir, and just if you look into her lore, she's an almost ancient mother goddess with a lot of power and a lot of intricacies in the lore, and she certainly has advised Odin a lot in some of the stories. So I felt like I needed to talk to her and kind of commune with her. So I brought a deer heart that I had harvested myself from an animal, and I grabbed a couple fellow pagans that follow Hel and Loki, and we went out in the wilderness, and we went out and it was pitch black. You can't see anything, just so dark. I would almost be timid to go into the woods by myself. So we go out and we're holding hands, and we just go out in a line holding each other's hands, just feeling our way through the dark, footstep at a time. And then slowly we begin to become acclimatized to the darkness where we can see, and suddenly the trees split, and you have a light half of the tree and a dark half of the tree, because all of the trees have moss on one side. So it's almost like they're hell trees, and you're like, feel like you're in the underworld. And then behind us, the rest of the group had started a drumming circle, so there's singing and there's drums, and we're going into the underworld, and it was just amazing. We go down, we find a good spot, and we just kind of lay back and look up at the stars, and Kristen, she was there, and she says, I think that's Angerbotha there, and I think she wants to hear something from you. So I speak a spoken word poem just from the heart, Hail Angerbotha, Queen of Wolves, Dweller of Jarnvidr, I just said some things from the heart, and it was really beautiful, and I could just feel that she was there, and I got up and I went and I made my offering in the ground, and it was just so intense, because I'm literally, the drums are going, the singing is going, I'm on my knees at the edge of the wood, just darkness. I can't see anything, but I feel strong presences around me. And then, after I do the offering, I just feel so lifted. And actually, I mentioned the lightning bugs and the glowworms. We hadn't seen any at that point. As soon as I made my offering, there's one in the ground, and there's another. And the whole rest of the evening was just a sea of them. And that's just one experience, but it was literally like a shamanic journey. It was like a group-enhanced shamanic journey, altered state of consciousness. I don't think we were in this forest here, but we were in this forest here, but also some liminal space beyond it. And we kept going, and we went back in the woods several times that evening to the drums. And at one point, Ian, who was with us, he's leading the way down this very steep hill, and it's super dark, and suddenly it's like, this is the point where we can't go ahead because of the footing. And he reaches down, and he picks up a staff, like he just manifested it from the underworld, and he has this shadow staff. Like, it's just unbelievable. And we continue to explore, and the whole rest of the evening was like that, and it was just an unbelievable experience. And then finally, when we're ready to return, the drumming gets louder, and the singing gets louder, and the drums bring us back home, and it was just such a primitive experience, just the way the ancestors did, and not even like our Norse pagan ancestors, but like all the way back to the dawn of time, thousands of years ago, drumming, singing, percussion, a group. It's just, I mean, I could go on for days about it, but I think that encapsulates the experience pretty well.
This has definitely been more than I expected, but at the same time what I expected. I expected there to be a lot, just didn't know what that a lot was going to be. And every time, you know, something new happens, it just keeps expanding and getting better and better, and keep finding new things out about like yourself, the gods, everything. And this area is perfect for it. Like there's definitely things out here in these trees that have made it more.
Yeah, I mean it's a very different experience compared to your own personal walk, because when you have your own personal walk, it's kind of like you're feeding the fire, but when you're here, you're feeding the fire, but every once in a while someone else will start feeding the fire for you. And it builds and it builds and it builds to the point where you're just like, oh my, I'm gonna burn this place down.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just that wow. You're just like, wow, I never thought that I could get to this point.
Yeah.
You know, and it's surreal. You know, it doesn't feel real.
It really doesn't. Yeah, like after this, it's definitely gonna feel like this was definitely in a way a dream, but an amazing dream, an amazing experience. But you know that it happened, but at the same time, it's not gonna feel like you experienced it as yourself. Like you experienced it as somebody other than yourself.
Like an out of body experience.
Yeah, in a way,
yeah.
Exactly. But the craziest thing too was when everybody first started getting here. You know, everybody just, in a way, kind of knew who everybody was, but it felt like you knew everybody for years, and it was just more of a reunion for, at least for those of us who just got here, like, and this is their first time meeting everybody. Like, it definitely felt more of a reunion than a first time meeting.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's not that awkward, you know, like first day of school thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's just like you're just going to your mama's house to see your cousins.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Stuff,
just
you know,
a family reunion.
Yeah, and you know, it's just like a normal thing. Oh, hey, how you doing? You know, oh my gosh, it's great to see you.
Yeah.
As we're, you know, instead of, you know, basically any other kind of gathering, you're like, oh, hey, hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
You know, I don't really know you, but you know, hey.
Yeah, there was no awkward stage at all. It was just very much like everybody clicked and came together, And then, like you were saying, like everybody kind of like started feeding off of each other. Like I've been out into these woods probably 6 or 7 times now, and sometimes usually it's usually with different people or the same people, but every other time I've gone out there, the experience has been different every single time. Like I'll come back from it with one person or a group of people, and then somebody else is like, hey, let's go for a walk. And then you go out there and it's a completely different experience based off of like who you were with too.
Yeah, that energy definitely it feeds off each other.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, if we're together, we get that different energy. Say, you know, we're with Jacob, totally different energy.
Yeah.
And then if you have like 6 or 7 people, you know, you've got all that just kind of mixing, like, you know, like you're making a nice stew. It's just all mixing
You mean
together.
like the stew that's being made right now?
Like the stew. And it's you get a different flavor every time, you know.
Yes,
and
exactly.
a different experience every time you do it, because it's like a culmination of, you know, like my experiences, your experiences, you know, their experiences, Jacob's experiences, anything, and it's all just kind of mixes together, and we make all these different outcomes, you know, out of all these different things, and it's fantastic. I mean, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Like it's
I don't want to
great.
leave. That's for sure. Absolutely. Talking to everybody about like their different experiences with the gods, or like a god that you work with, and now they can actually ask you like more specific questions, and you can give them a very specific like real genuine answer, and they can feel like the truth behind what you're saying or the emotion behind what you're saying, instead of it being like over a keyboard or a computer or something like that. So now you can get that genuine like feeling of, yes, like what you experienced was real and it was intense, and it's great. And just everybody's wanting to learn has been feeding me the entire time, because it's bouncing questions off of each other is just amazing.
You know, every time you turn the corner or you leave one room and go to another room,
there's somebody else, like
someone else is getting into it.
You walk
and
into
you're
a
just like,
conversation
oh man,
that
like here we go.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. It's just, you learn a lot, and in such a short amount of time. Like my head hurts.
Yeah.
There's so much like
to process it all.
I'm just
it's going to take you so many weeks to process it all.
Like,
So with me, something that, you know, I can't even comprehend is how much happened like last night. I mean, some of us were up till still now. Like some of us have still not gone to sleep. I think I went to bed at 4. What time did you go to bed?
I went to bed about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I was about midnight.
Yeah. And it's like so much happened last night. Like there was a point, like literally like right over there, that me and a bunch of the like Odin people all just went out together without even like planning. We were just like, hey, we're gonna go out, and like Odin's over there. And like we just went over there and just all kneeled and just sat there and like soaked in. Like you could see all the stars, and it's like we just had an Odin moment.
Yeah.
And then like there was another moment we were over there in that little grove where the glowworms were.
Yeah.
That was so cool. And I know there's like a dozen conversations that happened up there too, and it's like it was great.
Blow your mind. We will defeat you for all mankind. You hold the scepter, we hold the key. You are the devil, we are the D. We are the D, 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 we are the D. Oh no.
but I'm just gonna let him try it really quick. I'll bring it back out. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought you said kind of stoned. I was like, well, I wasn't.
Phenomenal with a capital F. It's been, there's actually no words for it. And I didn't know what to expect either, because like you said, it was a friend of a friend that invited me to this group. Didn't know what to expect, and whatever great expectations I had were completely surpassed by the sense of community, the deep intensity of the rituals that have been happening. It's inspirational. The best way to describe it, spiritual. Highly spiritual, very invigorating as well. It just keeps building and building as the ceremony goes on, and it's just, you know, you're surrounded by people who take it seriously and what's happening seriously. You know, we enjoy each other because of that.
The words can't even put it into detail. I mean, it's one of those things where you don't truly know it until you're here, and each time you think you know it, you think it's going to happen again. You think it's going to be same old, or that you're not going to experience it. And it just gets better every time. More people, better experiences. So I asked Tara and Jonathan if they wanted any help, and you know, they came up and were like, that's what we were missing. We were missing you. Like, we felt like we were missing something, and we needed that aspect of the Vanir, of the land. And you know, I have quite the reputation for being a representative of the land, and you know, I just felt like I needed to be there and, you know, be that representative and make sure that people were taking an oath upon the land, because an inherent part of this faith is, you know, not only devoting yourself to your own honor to the gods, but there's also that aspect where, you know, the land is something we have to take care of because we take everything from it. And I was very honored to be the representative of that during the oath ring ceremony.
Hear him! Two! Brothers and sisters, who is next?
Here I bring to you this pendant, one of divine protection and awakening. I bring it to you in the hopes that you will continue to guide me down the honorable path of right action, and that you will give my brothers and sisters that same guidance. As many offerings as I have given to you before, I will give you many, many more.
and cheer. Hear us. See us. Know we are often intimidated by your high standards. But let us be bold enough to pursue them. Tyr, who ruled the skies when iron was just a dream.
Seems like what you need though. I mean, you could pour it into this.
I got to lift somebody.
You could pour the honey into this.
Yeah. I mean, that one's better. That's not great.
The North shall spread the fire. Who here represents the North? Who here represents the South? Soon the fire shall spread far. And these men, along with all of you, shall have the honor of doing so for the gods. But they will not accept those without honor, those who do not seek to live a good life, to live true to themselves. If you think you're worthy, approach these men with gifts and see if you can also carry fire.
To Odin and to Munin, a relic of my past self.
The gods have seen you worthy. Now take forth their flame into your homes, into your communities. Show them what living is like.
Good night, Norse. Good night, pagans. Be safe on your drives home. Take the flames with you.
All right, so yeah, this gathering is crazy. Even looking back on it, like, you know, I love this weekend. This weekend was great. We had so many great signs from the gods. You know, I had that kind of like precursor, like we learned a lot. Like a lot of these rituals were very intense and very raw. But there was just so many small moments as well that you just can't capture on video, like the glowworms that happened one night. Like the first night, the stars were so bright and beautiful, and then there's glowworms in the ground. It almost felt like you're in like Avatar, like the movie Avatar, with the, you know, Na'vi and Awa and all this stuff. And it was just so beautiful. And then all the music and family and togetherness, again, was still prominent throughout this weekend. And then, of course, with the very raw and primal rituals that happened throughout as well. It was just very wonderful, very beautiful, but again, very informative for us of how to continue to hold healthy and safe ritual practices. And again, just something that we learned from, because again, like, I mean, like the last ritual there, like, that was crazy intense. And I remember being so nervous for this ritual, and then all the planning with the torches and stuff like that. And the torches were great. I mean, it was definitely one of those things where I was like, holy crap, this worked really well. Torches are really cool. But the idea behind that ritual was to take what had started with the Wisdom of Odin, to take what had started, you know, with me making that first call, and spread that flame to other people, like the flame of passion, of fire of the gods, and take that from my torch and give it to others, the dispersion of magic. And so to take those torches, which is actually a historical thing, of starting flames from like a central fire for a spiritual reason. So people taking that torch with them and starting fires in their own home or at another gathering or at another spiritual event, so that that magic could continue. Because, you know, that's one of the things, like the torchbearers, it was literally a torchbearer ritual. That was the entire idea behind it. And so people taking those and starting fires at other gatherings and other events to show that spreading of fellowship, of family, and of love. So yeah, that was the fall gathering, and up next is Yule. Hey, look, it's me on the TV talking to you in a Yule sweater in front of a TV, as I'm also doing the same thing. I like this motif, if you can't tell. So this gathering was insane. Like, we grew up so fast because we went from doing something with 9 people the first gathering. Hopefully you can see this progression. It's insanely quick. To doing it with over 50 people. I think in total there was like 58 people at this Willy Wonka style place. It was crazy. I love this location, but they've raised their prices dramatically. I think originally it was $8,000 or $6,000 for the whole weekend, and now it's like $8,000 a night to rent this place. So definitely a once-in-a-lifetime kind of experience to be on this lake, to be on this Willy Wonka private island to celebrate Yule. But this gathering definitely has a very warm spot in my heart, as all of these do, because this was our first Yule gathering together as a community. Because actually, as I was filming this bit right here, this bit was filmed the year before when I didn't have a community, when it was just me and like Casey celebrating at my house. And then all of a sudden I'm doing it a year later with over 50 people, these really explosive and amazing rituals. And again, I think we learned a lot from the fall gathering. We started doing a lot more with like cleansing, saging, warding, protecting, of calling to the land spirits, calling to nature, and doing these things to honor the area that we were in, to keep us safe, and make sure that these rituals were as powerful as they were, you know, healing to people. And so this is when we really started picking up and learning from our ritual experience. But I mean, it's our first Yule, and that's just cool enough. So I hope you enjoy this video of the first Yule gathering we had, you know, that first year. It's crazy. And we had the stripper pole. Never again will we have a stripper pole. It was a lot of fun, but never again. And hopefully I will celebrate with some of my friends, hopefully some pagan friends as well. And maybe next year, instead of 3 or 4 pagans, it's 5 and 6. And then the year after that, 10 and 12. And I'm hoping in a few years, you know, maybe when a hall gets built and maybe when, you know, we get together more, we will have a Yule feast of hundreds of people.
music? And I'm like, yeah. Happy Yule, everyone! Woo! Oh, crush me.
Cookies and beer.
Oh, no! His was more gentle and refined. Oh, my friend. Hey! Hey! That's not going in the video. Living in darkness, boys. Where's the light? Oh, right behind you. I don't think there's got to be another light switch. All right, there we go. We have light. All right. I love the way that feels. Oh, man. No pagan gathering is complete without bar, without stripper pole, without foosball, without whatever that is, without pool, without Budweiser. Not Budweiser. Corn. Is there cornhole in here? Oh man, the lights are off. Look, I didn't choose the place because it had this party barn, but hey, I'll take a party barn.
In den Abendhimmel steigen heute Nacht die Zauberweisen, wildes Volk und Liliths Art, lauernd Winde heimlich wart. Lasst uns zu den Feuern streifen, raunend nach den Sternen greifen, Gutes und auch Böses vor, tragen wir heute fort und fort. In den Weiden werden unsere Träume klingen und die Winde werden unsere Lieder singen. Lasst uns mit den Funken übers Feuer springen, in der Waldburg ist Nacht. Hey, oh. Hört die Geigen, hey, oh. Feuer sind entfacht. Hey, oh. Folgt den Geigen, in der Waldburg ist Nacht.
Man lifting a big rock with a bottle of mead in his back pocket. Yeah, yeah, ding dong. What's up, brother?
Tanzen wir auf jene Weise, bis das erste Morgenlicht unser Traumgewebe bricht. In den Weiden werden unsere Träume.
The modern Viking warrior, hustle and pull, sling and mead. Hit the pole. Hit the pole. Oh, I'm happy. Yes, I have no idea what this shirt is, but like you both have it.
Does that look professional enough?
I said a drizzle! That is not a drizzle! You muppet! All hier Geister, Ahnen, Geister, set with us. What I'm saying is all you beings, you gods, you ghosts, you folk, be with us tonight. Out there rides our gods. Out there rides Odin. In those woods, we saw the gods, we saw beings that we couldn't explain. And they're with us right now.
So cuddle around this fire. Be warm and be with your folk. Be safe. Not only are the gods with us, but our ancestors too. The ancestors that carried us here to this land. The ancestors that carry this faith in their hearts. But also us. We're starting a new saga in our lives. We're in Kentucky, worshiping gods from a world away. That is what binds us together. It does not matter our background, does not matter what we believe in. What matters is if we believe in each other. We believe in those gods out there in those woods. So tonight we have something interesting for you. For all of us are agreeing that are here to stay up as long as we can so that we may see that dawn sun rise. I know many of us are tired of this year, tired of this cycle. So tonight, we forget all of that. Can any of you say that you truly want to think about that world beyond these walls?
No.
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 No. I've experienced this 4 times. 4 times with people such as all of you. And those 4 times I forgot all the bullshit. And I thought about all of you. I thought about the gods. And I know that's what I truly want to care about. So tonight, reflect on those things. Reflect on our ancestors, reflect on our gods, but also reflect on the spirits out there in those woods. I bring this mead for Heimdall, for he is a forever watcher. For Heimdall. Looking over Midgard, looking over the realms to make sure the deeds, to make sure of the hearts of the men and the women among all of us. But also, he watches for the signs of Ragnarok. And some of you may be thinking, perhaps this time is soon, perhaps this time is now. I do not care, nor do I think of it. Because what I care about is tonight. Tonight, we are a community. And so for Heimdall, I give this mead so that he may be with us tonight. Welcome the new year! And finally I say to all of you, Happy Yule!
Hello, this is Jacob here. I'm getting a tattoo right now.
That's true.
And this, I don't know. How long is this going to take, Caleb?
This one might take an hour, hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Just going to lay right here and talk to you, all you lovely people on YouTube as you watch this later. And me, as I also edit this later.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a strange relationship I have with myself. So let's talk about Suna Day. So why are we doing a Suna Day or Soul Day, whatever you want to call it? So I think it's definitely very therapeutic, but also a way to, let everyone, give everyone the time to get to know each other. Because essentially, most people got here about 4, and we're staying up till 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, potentially not even going to sleep, and just spending time with one another. There's a hot tub here, there's a pool table, of course, drinking, and then feasting as well. And so it's definitely given us the time to get to know each other, especially since so many of us have never met before. And, it's just crazy walking around and seeing everyone, immediately become friends. There's just so many groups of friends around. It's really amazing. You done with the tattoo yet?
Not yet. I ain't even started yet.
You haven't started yet?
You gotta be.
See that ass?
I want to hit you while I'm doing this work.
Oh, that's Odin's ass right there.
Put it right on the general channel.
So obviously my face has already got some face paint on it. So we did do the starting ritual already. And it was how was it?
It was powerful. The wind picked up and everything. It was really good.
It was chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss.
So one of my favorite things I've done, honestly, this is one of the favorite things I've done at a gathering overall, is I basically got up in front of the fire
And I was like, look, one of the things that our ancestors did, and one of the things I would love to see more at gatherings is, telling stories of even ourselves or the own mythology within the gatherings. And so I actually got up and I told a story from the fall gathering. And I don't know, it was really fun. I made sure it was a funny story, got everyone laughing, but also told the story of us. And then before I knew it, a ton more people started telling stories of their religious journeys. And it was so powerful and wonderful.
I need recorded. Wait, no.
Wait, there's more? This isn't going well.
Nobody likes that. Sorry.
Times I don't know the song. Hold on.
About 15 minutes. I mean, whenever the sun starts peeking over there.
So let us all say goodbye to 2020 and welcome another cycle, which hopefully for all of us is a much better cycle. Thank you for surviving the long night with me. Thank you for celebrating with me, and I hope we've all grown closer together. So let us say hello to the new cycle, hello to Suna, and welcome the new year.
Sorry, I left YouTube behind. Come along. So we all survived Suna night, soul day, whatever you want to call it. What really matters is most of us managed to stay up all night and give an offering to the rising sun behind the nice winter clouds by the lake. I know we're all very happy to go to bed, but also I think we all realize the importance of this. Like I said during kind of the ritual, which was kept very short, is that we can't always give objects, we can't always give, we can't always give things like alcohol or food, and sometimes offerings can truly be our time, or something like this where you stay up all night to say goodbye to the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new one, which I know many of us need. So we officially ended day one, sort of. I'm gonna go get 2 hours of sleep and begin day two, but that was day one. So much more to come. So definitely one thing we've all noticed is just how, I mean, beautiful right now it is during the day. At night it gets very dark. I mean, obviously we're in the middle of nowhere, but this place is just funky. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't even know how else to describe it. There's just random car and tractor parks and just random alligator stuff in that pond. There's like a kids play area and just frisbee golf. It's just got all kinds of weird, funky stuff here. So like, while it's not a perfect like pagan place, like if we own this place, like I don't think we would have so much tractor memorabilia, but at the same time it's just weird, it's funky, and it kind of just fits our strange collection of people, and honestly a great place to spend you know, the end of the year with, starting from a household of 9 people in Ostara all the way to this, you know, like just complex of, you know, buildings and just strange things and nature. It really has been a great way to close out the year. I don't know how much you're going to be able to hear because of the wind, but I've been on a strange journey. The lake is very low. I guess they lowered the water level for some reason. I don't really know why. And it's just so desolate out here, and in a hauntingly beautiful way. I was just following tracks of wildlife. I mean, you can see some right here. Just tons of deer. I saw tracks of mountain lions or cougars, whatever you want to call them. And just like, I don't know, it's just this desolate image. I'm on this strange rock I've just found out here. Just walking around this peninsula. I mean, look at my shoes. Can you see my shoes? Look at that. Absolutely cakes. There's like small little pockets of quicksand and just like lake bedding. I don't know, it's really strange out here. It's like another world. And I've just been following these signs. And it's weird because it's like, this is, you know, my own little journey in Yule, and it doesn't feel very Yule-y, but at the same time, like, does it need to? I don't know, it's very strange. You know, I saw a blue herring fly out over the lake, and it kind of led me to keep going and keep going. Sure enough, I come around another bend, and there's another one just flying out. And then before I knew it, I saw deer, like these massive deer just run right by me. It's just, you know, maybe, you know, right before coming out here to Yule, I gave an offering to Skathi, and maybe that's kind of what I'm on this. This is like this strange Skathi journey. Just following wildlife through their trails, and I mean, eventually it's led me back to our cabin. I don't know. I feel like I don't have an answer to why I'm out here yet, but it definitely feels like I've been drawn out here, just walking alone in this desolate, yet hauntingly beautiful place. Perhaps this other song, I need to follow that. All right. Hopefully I'll update you, or I'll be dead. I'm not sure which one. I'm not going to lie, I have no idea what just happened to me. That was like a 2-hour walk through what almost felt like another world. I really have no idea how to describe it. So, I've given you the footage, I have shown you what happened. You haven't felt it. Perhaps you felt something strange too. I'm just going to lay here in this hammock for a while and have a good think. I think that's for the best. Just all the festivities. So one of the things we had to bring to this gathering that we haven't had to bring to one so far is a checklist. This feels so official, but at the same time, feeding this many people for 3 days is a lot. We've decided just to do snacks during the day. That way, you know, as people wake up, they can just grab a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, granola bars, fruit, whatever they need, coffee. And then soon as dinner rolls around, that's when we actually put in a lot of effort into it. So tonight we're having the full feast, but we also need to make sure things get cooked. I mean, certain things take 4 hours to cook. And so I've been going around just making sure everyone's ready. Tell us your process, chef, as I catch you spilling everything out of it.
I'm just kind of winging it. Like, I'm really good at cooking. I'm really good at making messes.
So. Hell yeah. Gordon Ramsay himself said that. So Logan, what's the secret spice to the vegetarian stew?
Smoked paprika.
And that's it? Just the paprika?
Cayenne pepper. Ground cinnamon and cumin.
And a little bit of beer there.
All right, everybody. How's everyone doing? Damn, you're loud. All right. So we need to get a couple things out of the way because we're getting towards the end. We're halfway through this
this Yule celebration. I'm so excited, but we are good hosts and we are good guests. So we're going to make sure we leave this place spotless, right? So a couple general announcements real quick. So I'm glad last night we all had a great time. A lot of us got very merry, very drunk. But at the same time, remember, we are here for something different. We are not here to get drunk. We are here to worship the gods, honor our ancestors, and celebrate as a community. So tonight, I just recommend, think about that. You are not here to get drunk. You are here to connect to something deeper. And it even says right in the Have 'em All like 7 times that drinking is a memory-stealing heron, and that will always stay with me. We do have 2 rituals. We have one at 8 p.m., which is going to be a Disir goddess bloat. And then an hour later at 9 p.m., Caleb, you're right here, we are doing an Odin's bloat. So Caleb, do you have anything for people?
And I also have a big cow skull some of you might have seen in the other house right there at the fireplace. I need all of you, if you don't mind, to go to it, place your hand upon it. Focus on something that you want guidance on from the All-Father in this next cycle, in the next year, for your own personal growth, or at the next part of your journey. And that will be a part of the ritual.
All right, last order of business, which is why I didn't want you to eat yet, because I wanted to do this very small but powerful gesture. We would not be here without our ancestors and the people that came here before us, so they should get the first plate of food. They should have the most honored seat in this house. So please take a minute to thank your ancestors, thank the people that came here before us, and please hail them tonight, and remember where we came from. Hail the ancestors! All right, who wants to eat? Get in there!
The burning of the Yule goat.
Well, that didn't feel very real.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh no, my Yule goat!
That was better.
Oh no!
Folk, we welcome you here for Mother's Night.
In preparation for this ceremony, we've called for the attention of the Norns, the weavers of our fate, who tend to the world tree, Yggdrasil, in their well of destiny.
May we all give them a resounding hail for being with us tonight.
Hail! I represent Uther, the past, for your ancestors and those who you wish to speak with.
Focus on your present with Verdande. This is the only chance you have to live in this moment. A gift to you.
And when you think of Skuld, know that we do not yet know our future.
Hail to the Disir.
Hail! Hail to Frigga.
Hail! Hail to the mothers.
Hail! We ask for the blessings, these 3 factors, these 3 presences, this representation, your past, your present, and your future. If anyone has a glass, raise it with us now. May the blessings of these sacred beings be with all of us, now and into this new year. Hail the Disir! Hail! Hail the goddesses! Hail! Hail to the mothers! Hail! Drink with me now.
fear. Det är fred. Det är söndret detsamma. I nådstil. Der adregi. Heim elser goden getter. All will die. Even the gods will die upon their fated day. Yet from death, life is born each season. The great dark is upon us. The flame but a cinder. Dull spark in a world of death. Mighty Allfather rides the sky on the wild hunt. Odin! We come to you here tonight in search of answers, in search of guidance for the rest of our path, for the next part of our journeys.
Folk, you have gathered here today to worship the Vanir gods. Nerthus, Jord, Freyr, and Freya. These are gods of nature, gods of shore and grain, gods of love, gods of war, gods of life and death. These gods are ancient, but we can feel them in our bones. We are all brothers and sisters of the earth, carved from the same ash. We will be invoking each of these gods today, that they might hear your voices. They might hear your call. And then we will scream to them with a scream that will pierce the sky and take root in the earth.
Welcome, Nerthus, life and death goddess, queen of the bog. She is the one that makes the berries you enjoy and the berries that will kill you instantly. Hail unto Nerthus!
Hail, Nerthus!
Njord, we invoke you, father of the sea, father of the shining twins, Freyr and Freya. Though not every sea is calm, the calm sea does not make for good sailors. Hail Njord! Hail Njord!
Yngve Freyr, we welcome you here. One of the golden twins, a man's man that shows that masculinity isn't pushing people down, but building them up. Building yourself up so that you can build them as well. Growing together, loving together. Hail to Freyr!
Hail! Freya! Lady of the Vanir, Vanadis! We come to you today, seeking blessings of love. Intoxicate us in your glory. Drown us in beauty and lift us up, stronger than we were before. Forge our bonds in your love. Hail Freya! Hail Freya!
Folk, it's your time. You may come forward, pass the fire. Tell us who you are offering to.
Hail Freya!
Hail Freya!
Hail Njord!
Hail Njord!
Hail Freya! Hail Freya!
Hail Freya!
Hail Freyr!
Hail Freya!
Hail Freya!
This is recorded. Because I care. Right. Not for blackmail.
Yeah, someone overload that hot tub.
Fire up the hot tub.
All right, gentlemen. Hail the Vanir. Hail the Vanir.
Hail the Vanir.
Will take place. It will be done here in the main fire pit as long as it's not downpouring. Otherwise, we will move it to the indoor fire pit. It'll be a little tight, but we'll make it work. I think we've all gotten to know each other, so I don't think we'll mind. It will be a general purpose offering, so if you have any remaining offerings for any deities, ancestors, etc., this is for you. All right, I'm done talking. Let's get eating.
to tell the gods what has happened here on this land, between these lakes. But you gods, the ancestors, the spirits that run around these woods tonight, they waited for the rising sun, for they wanted to give gifts, for they wanted to share their lives and wish for another cycle, another chance at life. While some make others did. And even those who did not make the whole night still went out to that lake and greeted the morning sun. And that was only the beginning. An offering was given. Welcome, Heimdall. To welcome God. And then the next night, the skies opened up. The stars began to fall. The Norns were summoned. The goddesses were given. And then on that beach, underneath the stars once more, a man lost his form. Not to fear, but to Odin, our All-Father. Hail Odin! Hail! Powerful lesson. But no more powerful a lesson than that was learned today on that day. A lesson of earth, a lesson of both. For those who shouted across those waters, they heard the call of the ancestors on the other side. The spirits heard you, the body heard you, and we have shaken the floors of Asgard! I have but one more deed to prove your worthiness to the gods. For I cannot see, and I could not hear all that happened this weekend. So this fire is your way to speak with them. Let the smoke carry it to Asgard. Let the embers seep into the earth. If you have a tale to tell, please approach the fire. If you have gifts, please approach the fire. But the gods want to hear your tales. So tell them to the gods. Who wishes to tell their story to the gods?
The gods have heard your tales. Fire has carried them up in the sky. The ashes shall remain. And while some of what we have built in the woods shall be washed away in time, what has happened to every single one of us will live on. Stories are how we tell our history. This is our saga. The cycle is complete. And so, the last time, in the ritual, I say to you, hail the gods! And happy Yule!
Happy Yule!
I love this gathering. It was so much fun. It was so much. That last ritual was so long. It was like an hour long as everyone came and like talked about like their hopes for the... Okay. So this gathering, it's when everything just really started coming together. We had learned so much from the previous gatherings of this year, and all the familiar faces, all the new faces coming together, this little Willy Wonka island, and honoring the gods. These rituals were amazing. The Odin ritual under a meteor-showered sky, the Mother's Night ritual bringing in the feminine energies, which, I mean, we had been doing, but not to a great extent. But this was really people in the community starting to step up, the female leaders in the community stepping up and bringing in the sacred goddess, which is something that we see more so in the gatherings now. And I'm glad it's something we've added. Seeing those sacred feminine energies come into our ritual practice is such a beautiful and amazing thing that I'm so happy that we have such a duality now in our current gathering practice of seeing the sacred masculine and the feminine come together. And so seriously, when we get to, if you haven't seen it already, the Yule gathering that happened this year with the Mother's Night ritual, such a beautiful gathering, such a beautiful event, not a dry eye in the audience as everyone participated in it. And again, a lot of the foundation of what the rituals would become and what our Yule gatherings would continue to be are right here in this Yule gathering video. And so I think this is the first one where I can say we were finally starting to come together into what our gatherings would continue to be for years to come, and hopefully are for years more to come. So yeah, that was Yule of 2020. Now on to 2021. So when going into spring of 2021, we reflected a lot on the year before, and obviously we're like, hey, this is our year anniversary of having these events. And, you know, this is, we're having another spring gathering, so we really wanted to build upon that. Now, this property is really what sold this gathering. Of course, the rituals were wonderful, but this property is probably the best one we've ever had. Not necessarily because of the buildings, because it was actually quite old, but because of like the 200 to 300 plus acres of land it was on, multiple hills and rocky outcroppings and creeks and ponds. And so it was really just a pagan playground. The only problem with this pagan playground is that it was at a Christian camp. And luckily, we had it for this gathering, but also the Yule gathering of 2021 as well, which we'll see at the end of this little series. And so, yeah, I really love this property. It really was amazing for this gathering. I wish we could get it again. I literally tried to bribe them. They would not take it. They said, no, we just cannot have people that believe in things like you do come back. Say what you will about that. Miss the property more than anything. Wish we could make something work out. But with that, here is the spring gathering of 2021. It's been 1 year since the first gathering. 1 year since I put out the first call here in Kentucky to ask to see if anyone wanted to worship these old gods with me. And what a year it's been. What started with 9 people and 1 gathering in 1 state has quickly evolved into dozens of gatherings across the United States and even internationally now. And while actually filming this, I believe there's a gathering also going on this weekend in Oklahoma, which is absolutely incredible. All from just people that have met through the Wisdom of Odin in this channel. So really this video is a celebration of what has been accomplished in a year, but allow you to also celebrate with us as you join in the festivities. But I'm actually out here at my outdoor altar to give an offering, as I usually do, for everyone's safe travels as they get to the location. So yeah, I'm gonna give this offering and then I'm gonna hit the road. Just got here to the Ohio Ostara house, and it's actually really funky. And so it's mostly an event space, huge great room where I'm really excited. We're definitely gonna have the longest long table we've ever had. But it's got an outdoor fire pit, it's got a stage, and 350 acres of land, all to explore and all to ourselves. There are other cabins on this property, but we're the only ones renting one out. So this should be one heck of a weekend. Things to note that are going to be interesting challenges getting through this weekend. The kitchen is actually in a different cabin than the main house. And so we're going to have to cook everything over there and then bring it over here in crock pots and things like that to serve. But I believe we have rituals planned every single night. And I think 2 during the day on Saturday and Sunday. So it should be a really packed weekend with lots of really wonderful experiences. A lot of old faces showing up, a lot of new faces. It really is quite amazing. Never smoked a pipe before I went to gatherings, and now I'm still really bad at smoking a pipe, but
you can take a picture.
But I'm also recording, Logan, so you're in the video now. You're the one that got me smoking pipes in the first place. Look at that pipe. He's got like a Gandalf pipe. I got his little old man pipe.
I might go meditate. Huh? Oh.
I've been great. Oh man, okay, I gotta pick this stuff up real quick.
spirits here have not been honored in a long time. Spirits of the the land, I call to you. We call to you. Spirituality. I know followers among us. I know followers of the wise God. I know followers of the God of honor. I know followers of the goddess of love. I know followers of the goddess of death. We are all unique in our spiritual path, in our experiences, but we are united under a collective banner. We wish to be good stewards of the land, and we wish that you hear us well and allow us to honor you. Hear us, and let us hear you.
Turn yourself.
So day one and into day two, how's it going here at Central Ostara, or the Ohio Ostara? First night we had a Landvatir ritual, which you've probably seen now in the video, but the Landvatir ritual was nice. It was the first time seeing Mary perform, who's been here since the first gathering over a year ago. And it's interesting, like, after the first gathering, the first thing I said a year ago was like, I want you guys to perform rituals. I don't have to keep doing these. Not that I don't like performing them, it's just I want other people to experience what it's like to perform a public ritual, to perform it in front of other people. And it's taken a year, but Mary finally did it, and it's great. I mean, if you watch any of the gathering videos before, she's been to every gathering that's been recorded, been to many more. So it was great to see her actually come out of her shell and actually perform the ritual. So it went really well. We started at the fireplace and went down and came to the big oak tree and left incense as a gift to the Landvatir and announced who we were and what we were doing to the spirits around here. And then it was just a pretty standard night. First gatherings is we just talk, and you know, some people will stay up way too late. We actually had a ritual at 7:30 this morning on Saturday, and a lot of people ended up staying up till like 6 in the morning and then trying to sleep a little bit. So not everyone was at the 7:30 ritual. I actually wasn't there myself, and that's why I actually didn't even get footage of it. I ended up doing some of my own work actually up on a hill here. Here, I'll actually show it to you. All right, yeah, you can kind of see it behind me right here. So yeah, I actually climbed to the top of that before the sun rose. As many of you know, over the past few months, I have been actually looking into shamanic practice. It's a really hard thing to talk about. I don't know if a video will come, but I figured a gathering would be a good way to practice things that I read. So I actually ended up practicing some form of, you know, shamanic ritual here And so what I did is, or at least what I've read, is that it's a lot of visualization things and a lot of like, you know, connecting to the nature and energies around you, really diving into animism. And so I went to the very top of that rock, which is it's not a long hike, but it's very steep, before the sun rose. And I just stood perfectly still with a drum. I had my headdress on and like my gown. I was in full ritual garb. And I sat there with the drum and closed my eyes and became one with the trees, so to speak. Just really let my feet feel like roots, my arms to feel like branches, and just felt the energy of this area around me. And what I ended up doing, I was probably up there for like an hour. And then the whole idea was that as soon as the sun rose and I felt the warmth of the sun come over like this horizon over here, I would, you know, start playing the drum and like sing a little bit and just like, you know, chant and welcome in nature and welcome in the, you know, the first day of spring. Coming to a gathering is a really good place to practice your spirituality, practice your faith, and to see what works and what doesn't work. I mean, some things you do might not work, and that's okay. But having a place where you can then go soundboard off people, like go inside and be like, guys, I just connected to the trees. I felt like time slipping by me. I felt like I was growing bark, and saying things like that, you know, to people that understand is a great way to, you know, see if these things actually work. And that's definitely something we've learned over the last year of having gatherings.
Here, I give my hand to you. Now you take it, and you accept this offering. Welcome to you. Welcome to you. Here. It also has been a minute since we last communicated. But for my offering, I'll leave you something personal. But it's been too long, and thank you for everything you've given to me and to my brothers here because that. Hail Tyr!
Hail Tyr!
I want to start with talking about connection, because everything in the 9 realms is connected, even us. We're all connected to each other. We're all connected to this amazing tree here. We're all connected to the grass that grows in the ground, the flowers people wear in their hair, and you know, the leaves that grow on trees. In the middle of the 9 realms is the mighty ash tree Yggdrasil. Now, this tree's branches extend over the entirety of the 9 realms. Branches dive into the Well of Urd, and that is the place that holds the most powerful beings in the universe. 3 of these beings are the maidens of the Norns. And the technique the Norns use is they carve runes into the base of the branches, and it carries their intentions throughout the entirety of the 9 realms, affecting everything in it. Odin, the Allfather, the one-eyed hobby, he has many names. He always envied their power of being able to change fate and being able to control what's to happen. So he sought to learn the power of these runes himself. And what he did was, he took one of the branches and he hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil and pierced himself with a spear Gungnir. And for 9 days and nights, he hung there bleeding, teetering from the realm of life and death. Now, on that 9th night, he received no help, no food, no drink, no aid from anybody. And on that 9th night, he looked down into the shadowy waters below and saw shimmers of shapes and signs that he knew nothing of until that moment. It was the runes that finally showed themselves to him because they, were honored by his sacrifice. Very powerful to me. They hold a very deep place in my practice. And as you all have runes here and objects that, coincide with your spiritual practice, stuff that you put your pieces of yourself into, piece of the world into, the best way I feel like to bring energy into these things and into yourselves is through, connection to the runes themselves. This tale teaches us that knowledge comes at a price, and that price is ultimately bigger than ourselves. But there's always a price to be paid in the end. So go forward with these items that mean to you, now mean to me in my spiritual practice. And I just want to thank you all for coming here with me today.
I'm like, here to honor the goddess of beauty. We've got a beautiful group of folks with us. A beautiful connection. Speak for yourself. Overlooking a beautiful vista. Built this beautiful shrine in no time, thanks to all your help. So I thought maybe we could pass around this mead and toast the goddess of beauty and honor her that way. So, hail to you, Freya. You've been an incredible influence in my life. A wonderful goddess to worship. So happy that this moment could happen. We could all come out here to honor you. Hail. Hail.
Hail. Hail.
My folk, we gather here to honor the Vanir god Freyr. A man's man, a man that seeks to watch other people grow. The horned god, the stag god, and one of the golden twins. God of agriculture and all that grows, both people and plants alike. First stage of growth is what we are doing here tonight. We are at Ostara. It is the beginning of a new cycle. It is our time to plant our seed. Plant this seed for what we want the year to be, for who we want to be in this coming year. There are considerations. Even if you have a good seed, you plant it in the wrong place, not a place that's not out of love, then the seed will not grow, will stagnate and die. Take the seed in your mind that you have for this coming year. Plant it in a place of love, a place that's fertile and great, and where it will become what everything you want it to be. But the planting is not enough. You must tend to it as well.
Without proper care, no matter how well, how good you plant your seed, it will fail to bring a bountiful harvest. It will wither, it will die. It needs to be cared for, it needs to be watered, it needs to be weeded, allowed to grow free, without hindrance. And that goes the same for people as well as the plants. Any ideals you wish to harvest in this coming cycle has to be tended to. Select the care for your seed. Be just like the whiskey to its fire. And be a fuel to a bountiful harvest.
Be Freyr, shining sun and rain-clad Lord of the Vanir, God King of Alpine, God of the harvest, Yera, the turning of the year. Tonight we've brought offerings for you. Harvest. Many people think of it as the end, but in a way it is also the beginning. Time to collect the strongest seeds, so that the next year the fields will be even stronger. Let us plant those seeds tonight. Recognize the turning of the era. Prayer, be with us. Come forth and give your offerings.
Hail, Freyr!
Hail!
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 Hail, Freyr.
Hail Freyr.
Hail, Freyr!
Hail Freyr!
Hail Freyr!
Hail, Freyr.
Hail Freyr.
Hail, Freyr!
Hailing be Freyr. Thank you for our harvest this year, and may all our harvests to come be as bountiful as this one.
Be Freyr, I offer you this platter of fruit. I hope that what I heard from my folk tonight isn't just a dream that they thought of, but it will be a dream that they enact over the whole year. Something beautiful they can tend to, and I get to watch them reap the harvest. We get to celebrate together. Hail to you, Yngve!
Hail, Freyr!
give what is left of my whiskey back to Frere. I believe I gave a little too much earlier whenever I made the big show with the fire. But there is the rest of the whiskey I promised you, Frere. Hail to you, stag god.
Before we go off and reflect on what we've thought of tonight and our plans to enact those thoughts, can I get one big beastly howl that will give the god of the fields and the forest something to be proud of?
Property is the biggest we've ever stayed on at over 350 acres. And so, I mean, we're out right now, probably 45 minutes in the mountains, just walking around. So it's just been a really great spot. But yeah, the other night we had a Frere's bloat, which is actually the first time we've ever had something dedicated specifically to Frere. In fact, I would say he's one of the least talked about deities, even though he seems to be one of the more prominent ones of the pre-Christian Scandinavian societies. And so we had three of the men in the community, Caleb, Parker, and Logan, two of which being more Vanir followers, give to Frere and start the ritual. What led was a bunch of song and dance, and it's pretty amazing.
Interwebs. As long as you yell hardcore parkour, you're safe, right? All right.
So right now we're actually about to give to Njord. There's actually a lake down this way, and so we've all got gifts, and there's like 15 of us that are all gonna go.
Many think of Njord only as a god of prosperity or god of travel, or merely the father of the golden twins. But there's more to him. Njord, like his daughter, Freya, wants you to find your own self-worth. Just like an ocean or a lake, the surface looks barren, nothing there. But below, deep inside, that is where the life is. Dig deep within yourselves, find that self-worth, that self-confidence. Extract it, bring it to the surface, show it to others. If anyone has an offering for Njord,
you got a video.
Heathen.
I consider myself old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned.
If this was writing letters, I would be the king at it.
And oddly enough, you get proper Odin in the shot too.
Yeah.
Now there's pressure.
Yeah. What was that?
Over the backboard.
It's close.
You guys were very nice at dropping
Odin, commander of the Wild Hunt, you protect our folk, our family, and our fields. Listen to my call, and be with us now. Keep us as free as the wind, and show us the path to your wisdom, so that we may prosper and honor you. Walk with us now, through the mountains, and through the fields, and through the worlds. Keep us as free as the streams that flow from Yggdrasil. Hail Odin! Hail Odin! If you have something for the Allfather, now's the time to give it to him.
Odin, we put in some miles this winter. You've introduced me to the folk. You've shown me what your missing eye has seen. And I see no reason to stop now. Hail Odin! Hail Odin! For you this drink, in hopes of continued guidance. Hail Odin! Hail Odin! Aesir, gods of the sky. I know you're watching from all around. And I know you were watching when you met the forest, when you met the Vanir, when you met the powers and the energy of nature. And those two forces collided to create the pantheon of gods we follow today. I ask those two pantheons to join us around this fire in celebration of what we have accomplished. There's so much to talk about. Where do we start? We start with the fact that 1 year ago today, 9 people gathered for the first time. And now here we are, 1 year later. Over 40. 10 more on another side of this country. And hundreds more not here with us. We talk at that celebration. We talk about the fact that we just had a ceremony to the one-eyed god
moonlight, on this spring equinox, on this spring day. Do we talk about that? What about the fact that we have people from every background, every spot and place and age and belief here with us today? We represent something different. We represent something lost. A family, a community, a place where we set aside who we are, become part of something better, where we can be unique, but also part of a greater picture. Is that why we're here? Is that what we should talk about with the gods? Or should we just celebrate spring? That's why we're here, isn't it? We're here because the cycle has changed once again. The cold of the winter is behind us, no more evident than when we first arrived, and the bitter cold chased so many of us inside around the fires. But also no more evident is that now we are all sunburned. We were all sweating. We are all watching the flowers, nature, animals, birds, and rivers all come to life. Is that what we should talk about? The easiest way to talk to the gods, in my experience, is with gifts. And I understand some of you have brought gifts, so I will approach one of you, one by one, and ask if you have gifts for the gods. And if you do not have gifts, and you would like to share words, this is your time. I will start by saying, Hail Odin. We did it. And we will continue to do it for many more cycles to come. Hail Odin. Hail Odin!
Thunder, the Slayer, the Jotunganda. Thank you for protecting me, my family, for becoming a better husband, a better father, and a better son. Hail Thor! Hail Thor!
For the beautiful weekend we've had, and for the beautiful people surrounding me now. Thank you. And hail Freya! Hail Freya! Give to Njord for the safe travels of all my folk, my family. Hail to Njord! Hail Njord! Hail Air! Hail! Hail Odin!
I know a lot of people feel certain ways about my patron now, but one thing that he absolutely loves is to make us grow in his own way, which is through trickery. So, to Uncle Loki, you was kind of messed up for tricking me, but hey, I'm gonna ride with it. And I give the folk the advice that Uncle Loki gave me. Our job is to ride the wave as best as we can. Hail Loki! Hail Loki!
Hail Heimdall!
Hail Heimdall! Hail Njord!
And also, some meat for Loki, for that my return trip is a little less surprising than the trip here. Hail Loki!
Hail Loki!
To a goddess who may be obscure to some of you, Morgan. 8 years ago, she haunted my dreams and she set me on my path.
Since then, she has ground me down and built me back up to be a stronger man, to be an independent man, to be a person who is not afraid of who he is and who he might become. To the fated queen and the raven of battle, Morrigan. Hail Morrigan! Hail Morrigan!
We could talk about much in front of this fire. Fire for the Aesir gods that teach us wisdom, that teach us ideas that make us human. We can learn much from the Vanir gods that can teach us about the land, about peace, about happiness. I think we should celebrate that. What should we say in front of this fire? Should we celebrate 1 year of these gatherings? 1 year of family, of fellowship? I think we should. What should we say in front of this fire? Should we talk about how we just hailed Odin under the moon? I think yes! So, what should we say in front of this fire? Should we talk about how it's spring, how the flowers are coming out of the ground? I think yes! Should we dance around this fire in celebration? For this is the last night we're here! This is spring! We should be happy! We should be like flowers and birds and bees and all the animals in the world! And why don't we dance around this fire? Break that line! Come around and celebrate with me for one last night of Ostara!
I love this little dancing. It's so hard to get people to dance. Why? Pagans, you should dance more. Look at this. It's so much fun. For real, this is the most I ever got anyone to dance to date at a ritual. Dancing is such an important part of life, of tradition, of spirituality. Exercise because I'm out of shape. But yeah, this gathering was just so spring. This was the most spring energy I've ever felt. Well, until the next year. But really amazing gathering. Love the rituals here. This is when we really made it common practice to do a Landvatir ritual on the first night. This is actually where it started because we actually had a gathering in Wisconsin that was never recorded because I wasn't there. And at that gathering, it was on very native land. And so we really wanted to make sure that we were honoring the native spirits here in North America. And so, yeah, this is really where the Landvatir ritual became commonplace. And now you'll see it on basically every single gathering moving forward is the first night we have a Landvatir ritual. All right, so now we are at the Southern gatherings. And so this was the first gathering to step outside of there that I had attended. And that was really the main focus of year 2 of our gatherings, is start expanding the community, of start training people the way we do things, of getting other people we would call fellowship leaders that would run these events and be the foundation for what would eventually become the board of directors and the fellowship leaders in the current organization. And so this is one of the first gatherings I attended that was outside of the normal regions. And so, yeah, that's the Southern gathering. I didn't record a lot here. To be quite honest, I was going through a lot of personal struggle. And so I really needed this gathering of a lot of self-reflection. I spent a lot of time in the hot tub here looking at the mountain, which is gorgeous on the property that we had here in Georgia. And also at this gathering, right beforehand, I had met with Sean from OC and the Jupiter because him and I had developed a really good friendship through the recording of his music video, Appalachia. One of the things that was really cool is that Sean, I had met him in the mountains and he did a lot of live recordings he said I could use for this video. So I think every single song that you hear in this video comes from that live recording session. And so I think it was really perfect for a Southern gathering to have this Appalachian folk music from OC and the Jupiter. So yeah. Here's the Southern gathering. It's a short one, and I hope you enjoy it, because a lot of people haven't seen this one.
It was April 12th,
This cool morning, mist rolling over the mountains, the end of the Southern gathering. But there's still a story to share. So let me be your guide as I share with you the story of the Southern gathering. The first day began like any other. We arrived, we saw new faces, we saw old faces, handshakes and hugs and salutations were given. Took stock of our food for the coming weekend. The mead was shared, stories were shared. The magic really wasn't brought in until the night, when we gave to the Landvatir, something that we've been doing on the first night for a few months now, simply because we want to acknowledge the land and the fact that it hasn't been honored in a very long time. Sadly, there is no footage of the Landvatir ritual, but that does keep it more sacred to the land. But I can tell you, it was done at night under starlight. It was done around a fire. It was done with great intention. Gifts were shared, drinks were poured, words were said. And we howled at the moon and heard it echo across the mountain valley. Conversations for the next day grew ever more excited as the prospect of exploring the land we're standing on and enjoying the beautiful mountain view that many of us will spend our entire weekend staring at.
Told me someday I would buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand up on the prow, noble bark I steer, steady course to the haven, you many foemen, you many foemen.
Let's talk about food. And day one. So one of the cool things about gatherings is that they kind of become this community food event. Like, you might think, oh, we might make some Scandinavian dishes. First off, I have no idea what a Scandinavian dish is. And from what I do know, it sounds a lot of salted and vinegary things. So no, I'm not into it. But since we're in Georgia, we're having grits and sausage for breakfast. And who made these tarts? Chad. So Chad made these? Big Chad?
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, we have like these rune tarts, which I guess normally they have runes on them. But they're absolutely delicious and they're way better than Pop-Tarts. But day one was pretty cool. We got this mountain. It's got some good vibes. We're going to look at the little fire pit there.
Oh, I know. I almost tripped over that.
We're going to say hi to YouTube.
Hey.
But yeah, we're having a good time here. It's just like really relaxed. I didn't record the ritual we did last night with Amanda, who's over there. Yeah, point it at Amanda.
Hey!
Were you ready to be on camera?
She's like mid swig of tea. Hello.
I mean, you got a vibe going on right now. But yeah, we had a little ritual right there. It was just a land vatir. And we left some fruit and like aloe over there and lit a candle for him.
I did some sage bundle.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we just we always try to do the land vatir. We've been doing it first just because, you know, we want to make sure the land accepts us in what we do. But yeah, today we are doing a spring ritual, right? Yes. I should have been more prepared before I started recording. I don't even know. How did I get here?
Because food, that's why.
But yeah, I'm really excited for today. And it's supposed to thunderstorm. So if it does, I will be out in it. So.
I brought extra clothes for rain dancing.
Before, the second day was spent walking through the woods, exploring the forest, finding places for the gods, finding places to leave offerings and have conversations. Shrines were built, statues were anointed, further gifts were exchanged between friend, folk, mountain spirits, and gods. As the rain began to pour, the rituals were driven inside. Rituals for spring. Rituals for new beginnings and new life. Rituals for the goddesses of spring, the goddesses of nature.
Gods of Asgard, we invite you here. Spirits of the land, we welcome you. Today we are here to celebrate Ostara, to celebrate spring. At Yule, we reflected on the past, what we had gone through. But this is a time to look ahead. With this time, we like to celebrate and honor three goddesses.
Yorth, goddess of the earth, Thor's mother. We welcome her here because she is nothing but Midgard. We welcome her in this state for the returning of spring.
We're here to honor Suna, goddess of the sun, whose light brings the end to the darkness and gives life to this planet. Today we honor her. And of course, there is one more that we must honor.
Freya, who could not forget the spring goddess herself, to give us life, blooms all around you, the flowers, trees, even the animals are starting to come out because they feel her presence as much as we do here now.
And with the continuation of life, this is a time of new beginnings. It is time to take the things that you've planned and begin. With this, we hope that these three goddesses bless us and encourage us throughout this year. With this time, those who have offerings, this is a time.
These offerings you can still see behind me now. The offerings we have left out and intend to return to nature when we leave. It is on this day that we began something I hope continues for many more gatherings to come, and that is the carving of god poles. Hello, my name is Jacob, and I'm a Norse Pagan. I made mistakes today. I shouldn't use sharp objects, and I'm saying that in front of everyone here today. Be careful when you carve wooden idols to the gods. Thank you, and stay safe out there. Hey Heath, you know what's really smart? Not cutting towards yourself. I learned that out the hard way.
Yeah. Okay, lessons learned.
We got free paint though.
Free paint.
With the rain keeping most of us inside the majority of the day was spent in conversation and sharing of stories and sharing of interest. Many stayed up throughout the day and into the passing night as the cloud cover removed themselves to reveal a beautiful day to come. The seed of a plan had been placed the first night, that on Sunday, a morning ritual would take place. Another so sacred that very little footage still exists of it happening. Myself and others woke up before dawn and climbed the mountain behind us where we had built a shrine to Freya. We carried the god pole we made for her all the way up the mountain early before the sun set in. It is there that we all did a meditation, a trance to become trees, to become part of the forest, to speak to the trees, and to hail the morning sun. We sang, we danced, we laughed, and we became one with nature, thought of the goddess, and all the Vanir. It is from here we descended down in the early mornings to beautiful views of rolling hills, misty mountains, floating clouds, and gentle breezes. The most beautiful of the days we had so far.
Hallow him of forest and fay, sage away by mountainous land, just to hold the night so close.
This day was melancholy because we knew it was our last, so we tried to enjoy it to our fullest. A day of calm, of exploration, of exploring further than we did previously, of finding objects, finding rocks, finding bones, finding what the gods left for us. This was also the final day of rituals to the old ways. Firstly, the ancestors were brought in to join us for a feast.
Thank you all for being here. This being our last day here in this house, this has been one of my most favorite gatherings so far. And I thank all of you here for being here. With this, we still have more ahead, but for right now, with this feast, I would like to include the spirits of our ancestors. I want us to honor it, especially for those who've never really delved into this aspect of the practice before. So with this, we give this food, these strong drinks to our ancestors. And as we eat, I want each person to think of the ancestor they wish to honor and to give a good, happy, somewhat brief story. And I hope this encourages people to dive into this aspect of our faith going forward. Spirits of the ancestors, I call to you. In the name of Hel, in the name of Odin, in the name of Freya, in the name of those whose halls you may dwell, I invite you here. The blood of your blood, the bone of your bone, the flesh of your flesh are here to offer to you, to honor to you. Come and join us this evening.
The second ritual, which we do still have footage of as well, was to Odin. A ritual more focused on the offerings given and the stories shared. An interesting take, the old wise one.
Tonight is our last night here. I hope you've all enjoyed celebrating North Star together. Many of you came here as strangers. Now you'll leave here as friends, as kinsmen. We have offered to the Landvatir. We have offered to the goddesses. We've offered to the ancestors. But what gathering would this be if we did not offer to the All-Father? To Odin! Odin! Many of us here cannot say that they would not stand where they are if it was not for Odin. So of course, we offer to him tonight! So tonight, give.
To Odin.
Skull!
Skull! Thanks, Dad. Love you. Hail! Hail, Odin!
Helen!
To the All-Father!
Hail Odin!
Hail! Hail!
brings an end to the old star. Tonight, while we still have time, let us drink, share our stories, and dream of the future.
Skull.
Skull!
After packing up, of course. But thank you all. Let us drink!
We shared and created stories in the name of the one-eyed. Hi. Hi. Hi.
No. Great. Hi.
The focus on storytelling was very high during the Odin's ritual. As the new moon grew fuller overhead, a ritual of spell casting was also performed, with no video footage to show what we exactly did, but it was a ritual of good intentions, shedding aside our inhibitions and accomplishing our dreams and goals. Very fitting to the end of the spring gathering. Many of us fought the need to sleep. Many of us fought the need to bring in a new day. But just as we had learned that morning, the sun will always rise and always set. Hail the gods, hail the folk, and hail the spirits of the woods. And until the hall. Skull. Love it. So yeah, this gathering was so simple and small, but that also is what it needed to be. And that's one of the important lessons we've learned from the gatherings is the soul of the gathering is everything it needs to be for the person there. And this gathering was no different. This was also the gathering that I personally really started to dive into shamanic practice. If you follow this channel and my journeys up to this point, you know that I do use shamanic techniques. I do not claim myself to be a shaman. However, I have been practicing since the first spring gathering, the previous video we watched. I did a private tree meditation was what I would call it, or tree trance, where I would drum myself into a tree, like to become a tree. And that was my trance, was to become the roots and connect to the forest. So this is the first time I performed that ritual. Never actually recorded it, but I also made the Freya sculpture there. I made like a little dome to put Freya in, and then I did a tree meditation publicly at this gathering. And so this was really kind of the start of me exploring into the shamanic practice, which has really much involved itself now into almost every ritual I do, of going into a trance, of connecting to the spirit world and these things. And so yeah, it started here. Again, I love the music of this gathering, love the aesthetics, I love the mountain, really beautiful location. And so I hope you enjoyed this video as well. So there's actually a huge break between the gathering videos if you pay attention to their dates, because the Southern Gathering happened in April of 2021, and this gathering would not happen until I believe it was September or even October of 2021. And that's because I ended up going to Germany to spend time there with a loved one, and I was there for 3 months and didn't attend any gatherings. Now, that doesn't mean gatherings didn't happen. We had several in the community at that point over the midsummer celebration. I believe there was one in Virginia, and then another one in the South, and then I think there was another one in the North as well, and I think one in Idaho. And so we still had gatherings going on. I just wasn't there able to record them. But this gathering was the first one I came back to when I returned from Germany in my time there. And it was, again, exactly what I needed. This gathering was, I call it like the true formation of the fellowship. Like, this is when the fellowship became our identity. So we already talked about the traditions, because traditions are something that have carried us through the very beginning. And this is where the fellowship aspect came in, because this is just when we were like, damn, this is awesome. Like, we are the closest friends ever. It starts here with the pipe gang, we call it. I think this is when the milk boys started, where they just drink milk at like 1:30 at night. This is, we had a hot tub there. The rituals, of course, here were very good, but also very soothing. It was just such a fellowship heavy gathering, which is why the Lord of the Rings soundtrack is what blesses this video with its amazing presence. And so, yeah, I hope you enjoy, honestly, this very heartwarming gathering it's just a very, very warm gathering, and I hope you enjoy it. Hello, my name is Jacob, and I'm a Norse Pagan, and welcome to the Fall Gathering 2021.
My name is Devin. This is my first gathering, fall gathering 2021, and I was nervous coming in. I've never been to one. I didn't know I was going to be here, but it's been one of the most welcoming experiences I've ever had, and everyone really takes each other in. You gain a lot of friends. I never knew this guy a day in my life, and we've really bonded, had great talks, and it was a good time. So,
my name's Dante. This is also my first gathering. Coming into it, I was definitely very nervous. Driving on my own for a long period of time, definitely makes me nervous on the interstate, all that. And coming into this already, I was super nervous, but I got here. It took a minute to get warmed into it, but then eventually it just felt so natural, and there's just been this wave of peace, and like, this is where I'm supposed to be right now.
Like, isn't this like our parents' worst nightmare? Is you drive long distances to meet people we've never met in the middle of the woods?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
My mom
Yes.
was freaking out all week. Like, who are these people? I need the address. Where are you going?
My parents just think we're hiking friends. Like,
Yeah. That's basically what I explained it as. They just
the-
love nature. We're just going to hike.
So my name is Darius. I'm stepping up in this community as a fellowship leader, and being a part of these gatherings now for a full cycle now has been a completely eye-opening and heartwarming experience to be a part of a community that has helped me on this journey, and I'm looking forward to helping others on their spiritual path. It's been absolutely amazing. I can't even put it all into words.
The snack table is a snack table. This is a lot of fucking snacks.
like, give me some pizzazz here.
Some pizzazz? I just got here though.
You got here like 3 hours ago.
I'm tired. I'm tired with all these snacks though. Like, what we got here? We got protein things. We got some.
That's not pizzazz.
Yeah, like protein things.
I don't know. I ain't got pizzazz
Yo,
right now.
yo, no.
All right.
You need to come over here.
All right, let Darius do it.
Like, yo, we got some protein bars right here. Gonna be good. Keep up your energy. All right. Right. We got some cereal boxes here. Some single serve cereal boxes. We got 2 cases of them. We got some bread. You gotta keep them in carbs. All right. All right. We got bagels. Metric fuck ton of bagels. Try those. We got that watermelon up in this piece. What else we got here? What else? We got some saltine crackers, all right, for your soups. Gotta always have them in your soups. Got some variety bags of chips. You got your barbecue, your Cool Ranch, your Frito Lays, all them good shits. Got some Cheetos. Got some Cheetos.
Is that the pizzazz you wanted?
Yeah, Ian. Ian, you want to come try again?
We got one more golden gem. That's one of my goddamn favorites. Nature Valley Crunch Bars, the variety pack. You can never fail with the Nature Valley Crunch Bars, all right? And that's the majority of the snack tables, some assorted fruits.
We also
You gotta be healthy.
oranges.
First off, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for making this journey. I know some of us drove really far, so thank you so much. Some of us not so much. But it's great to see everybody. I'm honestly really happy to see just all these bright, shiny faces. I missed the gatherings while I was in Germany. It's good to be back. So real quick, another thing. As always, we're here to be good guests and good hosts, so make sure we're helping each other out, helping each other with the chores. Like tonight, make sure we get all the dishes clean. We do not leave dishes till the next day, because that means they ain't getting done. So make sure a couple of us tag team it. There's not a lot of room, so a couple of us every night just get together and do the dishes. Other than that, we do have rituals coming up. So Mary and Heath, where's Heath?
He's
here. Come, Heath.
All right.
Come hither.
Come hither. All right, talk about your guys' rituals, and I'm gonna grab some fix these rolls real quick.
All right. Okay, so you're going to need offerings for both the Landvatir and for Thor. But the first order of business is getting a fire started outside right after dinner. And you're going to be singing, so drink enough mead to get the pipes going. And Skull.
For my ritual, we'll need an offering. Concept of this ritual is to invite Thor in, give thanks to him for the protection that he gives us, all year round, and to welcome him here to celebrate it with us for this weekend.
And happy fall equinox gathering thing, whatever we call this. Skull!
Alright, hey, I'm Kyle, and this is my first gathering. Day one was actually pretty eye-opening, the first time I ever had any type of ritual. So it was the Landvatir ritual, which was beautiful. Having everybody come together and sing, it kind of brought everybody to that one spot. All the nervousness, all the strangers, it all disappeared by then. Everybody had known each other for a long time now. And I had a great feeling when we moved on from the Landvatir straight into the Thor. Everything flowed right and felt right. I would say probably my biggest connection that night was after the offering. Some crazy things happened, and that was fun. It's just been a crazy experience the whole time, just learning something new, experiencing something new almost every second of the day.
I don't have any good song prepared or anything. But now that we have given to the spirits of the land, there's one other being that I would like for us all to give tonight. I would like for us to give to the god Thor. He is the guardian of Midgard, protector of man, giant slayer, troll slayer, Odin's son. For all this time, Thor, for all these centuries, has wandered the land, protecting us each and all. And we've given offerings to him in the past. I've done a few offerings, we've had a few blows. But in all this time, I don't think we've ever asked for Thor to just come and sit with us, to celebrate like he used to of old. So for this weekend, I would like that we ask Thor to not only for us to honor and venerate him, but to invite him to join in our festivities. Let him be among the folk that want to worship him and honor him. For those of you who have an offering ready, I'd like you to take it in your hand. Perhaps close your eyes. I want you to focus. Take the intention of thanks for all that Thor has done for us. For those of us who have built a connection with him. For those of us who wish to build a connection with him. Tell him a story of the trials you faced and overcome. Let him know what you've done and make him feel welcome. Let that emotion flow through you and imbue it into your offering. And in your own time, when you're ready, give to the Thor, give to the fire.
Oh, another fire safety thing.
Oh,
Don't have me feel the fire.
that's a good one.
I
felt that one.
Hail!
Kentucky whiskey.
Hail. Oh, there we go. There we go.
That was enjoyed.
Eyebrows off your face.
I just don't want it to start from mine.
Hail Thor! Excellent. Now this is almost dead. Let's celebrate!
Come on, Ian, get in the shot. Like, slide
Squeeze
like,
down.
yeah, squeeze down.
There we go.
It looks like we're about to sing a cappella.
That'd be pretty dope going from swinging a pipe to singing perfect a cappella.
All right, now straight up, this is gonna be the intro because I love it. It is officially day 2 as I am filming this, so we've already gone through the first night, the first set of rituals, the first meeting of everybody, and you know, I just really didn't have time to really film. We got here kind of late. Everything just kind of rolled into one another. So today we have a pretty packed day. We have a couple of rituals. Of course, we have a big feast planned. The ritual tonight is probably going to be pretty awesome. I'm really excited for it. I've been planning this really since I got back from Germany while I was in Germany, so I'm excited to see how it turned out. I ended up waking up at 4:30 in the morning and kind of moseying out, and there were still quite a few people awake. And I just walked up to a group of people I saw, and I was like, "Hey, how's everyone doing?" They're like, "There's things in the woods." And I'm like, "What do you mean there's things in the woods?" And so sure enough, I walked into the woods, and there was some like kind of spooky presences out there. Maybe not necessarily negative, but at the same time, there was something in the woods. There was something that was definitely kind of almost felt like you keeping your eyes on you. You know, I definitely felt like the watchful eyes in the trees. And again, this could be a superstition thing, but this is something I haven't felt since the fall gathering last year. And that's something that, you know, I was really excited about coming into this gathering, is knowing that last year there was a very interesting energy, presence, feeling to the fall gathering. It was very powerful, very magical, and it seems like so far that this gathering is not going to be any different. So second question, how's it been just honestly that experience of not knowing anybody? And like, you know, just like eating with them, sleeping in the same house as them, you know, having to keep each other entertained for the whole weekend. So just kind of how's the non-spiritual stuff been for you guys?
It's actually come really easy. I'm usually a very anxious person, but as soon as Friday came and I was going to drive here, I woke up, no anxiety, no stress, and I just felt like I really belonged, you know, at that point coming to the gathering. And ever since I got here, I was the first person here, and everyone that rolled in was just so friendly that it created such a welcoming environment, and that was really special to feel.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit the opposite on Friday morning. I was very nervous to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I want to go anymore. It's just super nervous to be alone like that. And then, like I said, even Friday night, I was very nervous still. I wasn't really relaxed, wasn't really there. But I can definitely say that the community here has been so fantastic, and the fellowship leaders, specifically Logan, I've been sharing a room with them, and he's been making sure to, you know, check up on me, make sure I'm having a good time, and let me share my experiences with him so I can be heard and feel that like valid with all of it.
Oh, so that means you're also sharing a room with Blade then, so
yes.
I'm sorry for that. He's just gonna find mysterious potatoes. I don't know what's going on.
I hear a lot of potato stories every morning.
Everyone made a joke that I wouldn't do this at this gathering. They said, you're going to do a Cooking with Jacob segment. You should have set up your camera. And so that's what I'm doing. This is Cooking with Jacob at the Fall Gathering 2021. And today I'm making a vegan shepherd's pie. And I know that means that a lot of people just crashed their cars or, you know, completely lost interest in this channel, especially people from the UK. But the reason that I do a vegan shepherd's pie is because we do have a lot of people who are vegetarian or vegan within our community, and quite frankly, many of my friends that I hang out with most of the time are vegan. So I've been, you know, really keen on learning more recipes because we want to make sure everyone at a gathering gets something good. I don't want, you know, people who are vegetarian or vegan, which usually it's 9 or 10 people that attend these events. I don't want them just eating salad or bread or things like that. I want to make sure they get a really good hearty meal. And honestly, a vegan shepherd's pie is an amazing hearty meal that I really think everyone's going to enjoy. This is the first time I'm making it at a gathering, and this is how you make it. So if you can forgive me for the vegan shepherd's pie thing, I think it is really good. So essentially the only thing you switch out of it is instead of doing lamb or any kind of ground meat, you're going to use lentils for the most part, tomato paste, onions, garlic, frozen veggies, vegetable broth, all cooked together to basically make the gravy. The potatoes coming on top with vegan butter and like cooked really crispy. I mean, I was really surprised how good this turned out. I do have some skeptics in here. I will be filming once they actually eat it. But really, if you are a vegan or a vegetarian or looking just to eat a little healthier, I'm not going to tell you this is super healthy. I mean, it's still just gravy with potatoes on top. But truly, I mean, you know, I have found that a lot of people in this community do tend to go vegan or vegetarian, mostly just for the, you know, antibiotic-free and things like that. Like they'll eat hunted meat, and I'm kind of the same way. I'm very choosy with where my protein comes from. Feel free to hop in. Well, you can.
Hello, I am not a cook.
You just drink the meat and eat the food.
I do make meat, yes.
Welcome back to Cooking with Norse Pagans. Today I'll be going over how to make a hearty batch of Moroccan chickpea soup. The pagans in your area.
Who live in Morocco and like chickpeas.
Take 3 parts garbanzo beans, 1 part tomato, 1 onion, 6 cloves of garlic. Boil those up with cumin, cayenne pepper,
cumin,
paprika, and another thing, cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
Let that simmer for about 40 minutes. Then add your fresh or canned spinach, 1 part. Blend it up with a hand blender, and your pagans will be ready to go.
The pagans will be ready to go? We blended up the pagans in there? Now that everyone's left me alone, I can finally talk about making this vegan shepherd's pie again. So essentially you're going to make your potatoes first, cut everything in half, all the potatoes in half after you skin them, boil them down basically to make a mashed potato, and then while those are boiling for about 30 to 35 minutes, depending on the size of your potatoes, you're then going to go ahead and cut up your onions and your garlic, and then cook those down in oil for about 5 minutes. And then you're going to add your tomato paste and your vegetable stock into the pot with the onions and garlic. What this is going to do is over the course of the next 45 minutes or so is create a gravy. Now, if the gravy isn't too thick, you can eventually add the mashed potatoes back into there. But really, it makes it. You would be surprised because at first it doesn't look like it's going to do it. It looks really watery. But after about 35 minutes, the lentils begin to soften up and they begin to expand a little bit, and it actually does make a really good gravy. And then it's pretty simple after that. You're going to go ahead and take the mashed potatoes, mix it with butter, combine it. The very last thing you're going to add to the gravy mixture before we actually call it done is just a bag of frozen veggies. I mean, it's pretty easy. I mean, you can get fresh veggies if you want. I think frozen veggies work just fine. Dump those in there, mix those together, and then layer those into a pan just like this. I mean, I'm making a double batch, so I got 2 of these bad boys. And then layer those in there. Mashed potatoes come on top, and then you're going to throw them in the oven for about 5 minutes at 425. And you're going to get a nice crispy brown layer on top, and it's done. So it's really easy. It takes about 2 hours. It's not a lot of work. It's really just a lot of waiting, mostly to wait for these potatoes to finish cooking. And it really does make a really hearty dish. And now we're going to see if Ian, the greatest skeptic, likes the vegan shepherd's pie.
I can't believe you're filming this. Let's eat this blasphemous vegetarian. Vegan shepherd's pie. Oh, my ancestors are gonna cry.
So you can actually tell me what you think of this one, because this is going to be an interesting experiment.
You like it? It could use some meat. No, it is good.
All right. So last question, going back home, like tomorrow we got to go back to the normal world. How do you think this is going to affect you as far as like your personal spiritual practice or just how you kind of interact with the everyday?
Oh man, it's probably going to actually take a 180. A deeper dive into everything, a deeper connection. Like some of the things I felt even with the moon last night, I've never felt that before, and I can't wait to find out exactly what it was that I was feeling.
Visa min hierda. Odin, the All-Father, Chief of the Aesir, Havi, the One-Eyed. It is told in many tales that Odin himself sought knowledge above all else, that his main goal was to change the fate that he so dread. Knowledge can be a universal thing, something given and something earned. You each hold something to offer as knowledge to Odin, a secret, something that he will not know. I want you one by one to walk forward and speak your secrets into the fire, to connect you to Odin and his knowledge. This 1 year ago. For all the spirits, for all the sand, forest here,
the gods that we follow. Let us tell you a story. A story of this time of year. A story of the thinning of the veil. For all matter of spirits come out into the world. Ancestors, elves, fairies, long forgotten. They have many names and just as many cultures around the world. But we know one thing, and that is this time of year, we can reach out to the other side once again. Odin did this himself when he rode down to Helheim to ask why his son Balder was having such terrible nightmares. He rose a dead woman and asked her questions. For Odin, I have a gift. Gift of magic. He is one. Sorcery himself. Odin did not receive many answers. He rode home feeling worthless. But when the time came, Balder was slain. Odin himself could not stop the death of his own son. And so when Balder the Beautiful died, Odin sent another son named Hermund. Hermund rode down to Hel. He approached the gate. He knocked on the door. And he desired to speak to Balder. And that's what we wish to do here today. But not to Balder, but to our own ancestors, to our own dead who lie in the earth below us. What gives us the honor of speaking to Hel, of speaking to our ancestors? But we only ask what we asked 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, for one night with those that we love, those that we have forgotten. I was compelled not to stop until this ritual began, because all I saw was the drums being played through the thousands of generations before us, for all of our ancestors who once sat around a fire and worshiped the old ways. They were drumming with me tonight. They were drumming with all of you. They drum in every single one of your chests. Your heartbeat is the drum of your ancestors. So what do we say to our ancestors? Do we sit in solace or do we celebrate with them? I didn't hear you. They didn't hear you. That's more like it. So celebrate with me tonight. And thank you, God. Thank you, Spirit. Skål! Skål!
So the two rituals that I helped with the most were a Philgia meditation or trance work, so people could help find their spirit animal, spirit guide, companion, multiple. that was a really fun and really humbling experience with how many people participated. And then I helped with a Freyr ritual, helping to show people what they cultivated throughout this cycle from Ostara to Midsummer, and now retreating back into the dark with the Fall Gathering. My favorite moment from this weekend was definitely the Freyr's ritual. Being able to actually help and put on a full-blown ritual was an amazing feeling. I thought I was going to go into all of this extremely nervous, just extremely shaken, but there was no nerves, just an immense level of confidence when it all started unfolding and unraveling. Folk, as we gather here on this fine day, we honor Freyr, divine god of masculinity, the horned god, god of the harvest and of cultivation. We come here to honor him by bringing in the growth that we started in Ostara, the growth that continued to grow in summer, in hopes that we can build ourselves up to carry ourselves through the next year and carry us through the gloomy winter. If you have any offerings that you'd like to bring to the horned god, please do so.
Well, the harvest time is upon us. Not long after, the light will begin to fade. We'll begin to descend into winter. Never when the sun dies, but then rises again. And then a new cycle will begin. Take the growth, the lessons you've learned, the experiences you've gained, and use them at the beginning of next season to lay new seeds and continue the growth. Let that be a new cycle that just continues to grow and build you into the person that you're meant to be. Lastly, this is the fall. Let us celebrate tonight. Last night we did for our ancestors. Tonight let's do it for the folk. This is our last bastion before Yule. Hail Freyr! Hail Freyr! Hail the folk! Hail the folk!
I think this is my 13th gathering in total, and something that has not changed and something that is always difficult is the logistical side of putting on these events. We have 30 people here and we have to feed them over the course of 3 days. That's 2 meals a day, well really 1 Friday night. And you figure that's 30 plates, 30 glasses, 30 spoons, and all these different things. I mean, look at all, this is just from breakfast alone, all these different plates. We've already run the dishwasher once, everything here, everything's still left out a little bit. And it's like everyone's doing a great job cleaning up so far, but it never stops being a constant effort of keeping this place clean.
Fire still going outside?
Yeah.
Wait, how are you?
So the actual last question here. So as far as like moving forward in the future, I mean, we literally have to go home back to our normal lives tomorrow.
Yep.
And I know for me, that's still weird. Mm-hmm. So how is that, how are you going to take the experiences here and kind of like transition that into like your everyday life and kind of prepare for the next one, so to speak?
That's a good question. I've just been thinking about that today pretty much because it's our last full day here. We're just having breakfast tomorrow and leaving, and I've been thinking about that. And I've learned a lot of different techniques to connect more. the meditation, I've never really meditated. I've done some trance work, but not a lot. And I think little stuff just like that, you can fit into your normal life. You can have your own little rituals. They don't take an hour. It's you can do it in a timely manner and still have that connection. So you can fit that in with everyday life.
I can definitely say that I feel very spiritually fulfilled right now, and that while I don't want to leave this energy behind, and I know I'm gonna miss it as soon as I'm gone, but I'm very much looking forward to going home and sharing what I've learned this weekend with my girlfriend, who's also practicing, and kind of grow together in that way. Share with her what I now know and help us both further our lives in that way.
Welcome, folk. Final ritual of the gathering. What a gathering it's been. Saints and spirits. Hail the Thunderer. Told secrets to the one-eyed hobby. The roaring fire for our ancestors. Called out to our Filsjak. Gave gifts to Freyr. Tonight, Mani shines bright on us. Each of you brought a gift to a god or a goddess who holds a special place in your heart, someone you wish to thank, someone you wish to honor. The act of invoking the gods, after which you will all gaze into the fire. I want you all to think. Call out to your god, to your goddess. After the meditation, each of you will step forward to the fire. Give words of praise. Tonight, the gods will take your gifts and dance with us. Be in our hearts on this last night.
To all the gods, welcome and enjoy.
Hail the gods!
Hail the gods!
Hail Freya!
Hail Freya!
Hail Loki!
Hail Loki!
Hail Tyr!
Hail Tyr!
Hail Freyr!
Hail Freyr!
Hail Tyr!
Hail Tyr!
Thor.
Hail the Thunderer!
Hail Thor!
Hail Heimdall!
Hail Heimdall!
Hail Freya!
Hail Freya!
Hail Veles!
Hail Veles!
Hail Njord!
Hail Njord!
Hail her new Filgia!
Hail Filgia!
Heimdall! Hail Heimdall!
Hail Heimdall!
To hell.
Of course. Hail Hell!
Hail Hell!
To Balder.
Hail Balder, the Shining One!
Hail Balder!
To Braggy.
Hail Braggy!
Hail Braggy!
To Thor! Hail Thor!
Hail Thor!
Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Odin and Braggy! Hail Odin!
Hail Odin!
Hail Braggy!
Hail Braggy!
To Njord! Hail Njord!
Hail Njord!
If you can, without getting too close to the fire and burning yourself, just bring it in. Arms around the person next to you. Don't get trapped. But don't get so close that you burn yourselves on this flame. I'm going down.
The Lord of the Rings soundtrack in this one, just love it. I think the only thing I really have to add from this one and watching it in memory is this is, I think, when I became more comfortable with the filmmaking aspect. It took me a long time to find a right balance of what I recorded and balancing my own personal experiences, to be honest. Because at first, when recording these things, it would take away from my personal experience because I would be so worried about angles, getting the right audio. And so I think I really needed that break and reset and time to reflect on the gatherings we had had at this point. And it was at this gathering I really think I found the balance that would continue on into the gathering videos. So from a filmmaking perspective, I was really happy with this gathering because I don't think it took away from my personal experience, from the experience of others, and it just led to a really beautiful video in the end. I'm very happy with this video. I really love this one. And the interview process, obviously you'd seen interviews up to this point. I don't do them for every video. I really like this one, how they came out in this one, but I also loved when we get to the UK gathering, the interviews and how they worked out. It's just something that takes a lot of time when I'm at a gathering, and so I want to do them more, but it's definitely difficult. So yeah, that was the fall gathering of 2021. I hope you enjoyed it, and now we're on to you. Okay, now we got to the big one. This is when the gatherings really started getting crazy. I don't know what it is, but around this time is when the rituals really started exploding. I think it's just time and practice. And again, we had all this, just because I didn't record them, we had so many gatherings this year. I think, again, we had over 20 gatherings in 2021. And all of it came together at our biggest event we had ever had, with the largest space, because, again, we had returned to that spring gathering location that we had this year. So 200, 300 acres, 2 properties with 32 beds each or more, people camping and sleeping in their cars. And then these rituals were just crazy. They were big, they were explosive, they were magical. And this gathering was basically perfect. I don't think there's much I can look at this gathering and say I wish it was different. Like, did people maybe drink a little too much? Maybe. It was Yule. But other than that, this gathering was perfection. I love this gathering so much. The Odin ritual here is something to this day I reflect on. It was one of the most magical personal experiences for me, and I hear people talk about it all the time that were there and witnessed it. It's no big secret, I think, that Heilung is a huge inspiration to me, and so I obviously drew from that very heavy for this ritual with the warriors, but also the goddess ritual that Logan and Mary did. Amazing. Love this gathering. So much I could talk about. It's a long one, and so yeah, I hope you enjoy it if you haven't seen it yet, but this is probably my favorite video. Probably. But I like them all pretty good. But this was pretty good. All right, let's get to it. The second Yule gathering.
Hello and welcome
2021 here in Ohio. We have a lot of really exciting things planned. Tonight, we're going to be doing a Landvatir ritual, although it is going to rain, so we're going to see how that turns out. Tomorrow, we also have an Odin ritual, which is going to be very intense, and I will say it's very inspired off of what Heilung does, and I've been studying kind of what they do as far as a ritual standpoint, as well as a musical one, and so it's not going to quite be a musical performance, but it is going to be a form of shamanic ritual. And then Sunday, we have a ritual to all of the goddesses. So this is something being done by Logan and Mary in our community, and they have made gifts for over 20 of the goddesses in the faith. And of course, there's going to be small individual offerings giving throughout the weekend by the over 60 attendants here. One of the crazy things about this Yule gathering is that we actually have 2 lodges on this 230-acre piece of land. We've actually stayed here before. The Ostara gathering we had in the spring actually took place on this very same plot of land, and we've rented out the lodge that we had for that gathering as well, and then we have the one behind me here, both of which house 32 people, and this one is where we're going to be doing all of our cooking, and the ritual, which is going to be right behind me here as well. So it's going to be a wonderful and amazing weekend with lots of people, lots of magic, and so much land, so much so that we've even gotten walkie-talkies. Logan, this is Screaming Eagle. Can you copy?
This is Honey Badger. I copy you. Over.
All right, very good. I just told YouTube we have walkie-talkies, and we're really excited about it.
The walkie-talkies are an affirmative, sir.
I give you a slight tour of what we're working with here at the new property. We have a strange wood shack thing, and then over here we have our bunkhouse, which really isn't that much to look at. It is a bunch of bunk rooms and some bathrooms, so not really too much in there. But what I really love is actually over here, which is the actual lodge itself. Well, not, again, the nicest thing in the world. It has a charm to it, a certain charm. So as we walk in here, it's got this kind of tunnel. It's got the bathrooms on the outside here. And then we got this kind of tunnel thing with this nice rock architecture going on here. Some nice trees as well. And then walking on back, cool tunnel. And we're still walking backwards. And then this nice little green spot. Honestly, I kind of dig this as like almost like a small little offering location. Plenty of storage out here. And then let's go inside and say hello to the homies. It's mostly Blade.
Deuces. Oh, deuces means goodbye.
Eric, show yourself. Where'd you go? Hi, Eric. No one's gotten here yet, so it's really just us. But yes, this is our big kitchen with a really nice stove at top, actually, and lots of counter space. And then the thing I really love is all of this right here. So we actually set all this up. So we have 3 long tables, and then we're gonna have lots of shields. We're gonna line all of our shields along the wall. And then of course we have this big fireplace. Blade, are you still in my chips? Never let that man around my chips again. So we do have this fireplace that we're gonna, I think it's the only heat in here. So we're gonna get a fireplace going, and then we're gonna put all of our spiritual objects up here. We already got a couple. This little back room is kind of where we're storing all of the Christian stuff that was left in here. But then there is also this really nice, this really nice outdoor space right here as well. Here's a fire pit, picnic table, and then again, just all of these woods out here. It's absolutely gorgeous. Even if this place is a little funky, but we like funky. And then down here was where you first saw me in this video, and that is our fire pit down there where we're gonna have all of our rituals as well. So I love that the fact that it's on this hill, that when you shout, it's going to echo really well. Very excited for this gathering. And I hope you like, again, not the nicest place in the world, but it's really a nice blueprint. Like, make this a little bit more Nordic, a little bit more Scandinavian, make it out of some nicer material. And I really think you have a nice blueprint of what a hall could look like one day. And it's very inspiring for me and everyone here. We look like a dirty biker bar in this video right now. So first off, happy Yule. Thank you so much for being here. I know a lot of you have traveled very far, and some of you not so much, but I think Andrew left. He'll be back soon. But really, thank you all so very much. There's so much work that goes into this. I couldn't do without the amazing people like Honey Badger here, who I've been talking to one time, and all the amazing fellowship leaders that make these events possible. I mean, where else are you going to get 65 filthy people together like this? Woo!
Yeah, so tonight will be the land material ritual, and we are looking to have it at this fire pit, just on the other side of the building here. If you have any liquid offerings, we ask that you please pour it around the outside of the fire, just so we do not douse the fire with it already raining. We're looking to have it 9 o'clock still.
9 o'clock, yeah, a couple hours after dinner, so yeah.
Okay, so yeah, around 9 o'clock. So, yeah, I think that's pretty well it.
Tomorrow night we will be doing something that I have talked about before and we did last year that was a very big success. It was a lot of fun. It's called a Suna night or a Soul Day, whatever you want to call it. It's where we're going to be staying up throughout the night to give an offering to the morning rising sun on Sunday. So this is a really good way to kind of, talk about the new year, give offerings to the new year. We're hoping to do it on one of the cliff faces over here so we get a really nice view. So we will be doing that. You don't have to participate if you want to fall asleep. You will not be judged if you do fall asleep. It's okay. But I do hope you want to participate with us. It's a really great way to stay up throughout the night. It will be the last full moon of the year, and that's really cool. We were out last night, and there was basically a full moon, and it was almost like walking in daylight. It was really cool. So I hope you want to participate tomorrow with us in that, but we'll also be doing the Odin ritual, which of course we'll be talking about tomorrow. All I have for right now, I know a lot of us want to go ahead and get eating here. So let's go ahead and have this table, get up there and grab some food, and then we'll have the middle table after that.
Shieldbrother, askinandi rödet, saat dregi rota sikringar, sare Shieldbrother, askinandi rödet, saat dregi rota sikringar, sare Shieldbrother, askinandi rödet, saat dregi rota sikringar, sare Shieldbrother, askinandi rödet, saat dregi rota sikringar.
Folk, welcome. We once again gather in these hills of Ohio. Tonight, we seem to have all four elements with us. Fire, the earth, the rain falling upon us, and a slight breeze. The land here is ancient and powerful. Many forget, but for generations upon generations, the land sustained our ancestors as they lived. Many forget, but we do not. Our fellowship has gathered here before, and here they gave offerings to the gods and the spirits, and again, we will do so. Before us as well, there were many caretakers for this land. Along with the land material, we offer to them as well the spirits of the native tribes that once lived in this land, the Shawnee, the Mingo, and many others. We honor them as well as our own land spirits, and we honor them and ask that they allow us to use this land once more and to offer to our gods and to accept our offerings to them as well. I've written a poem about the Lambetir that I would like to share with you all. Walking through the forest, I travel back in time to learn the secrets our ancestors knew in their prime. What did they see that we no longer? Some fate crossed my path. I no longer need to wonder. Spirits all around in everything we see. The trees, the breeze, the stones, and the bones. Forgotten by many, but not anymore. Forgotten by many, but not by all. We do not forget. And this weekend, as we shout for our gods, shout for the land as well. Let them know that we are here to honor them, and we hear them, and we are here to leave this place better than we left it. Let them hear you! A very rudimentary map that I made, not having been here before. Let this be the first offering to the land spirits, so that by the end of this weekend, I can make one that's a little bit better. Yes. We invite you to bring your offerings forward. Again, if you have any liquid offerings, please place them around the ring. And let us offer to these land spirits, and throughout the weekend, let's make sure that we are leaving this place better than we found it. Pick up any trash you see, be good little pagans, and welcome. Woo!
Kevin, did you expect this many people?
No, I did not. Thought it would be smart to honor Snotra tonight. In days gone by, she was looked to for guidance. In the winters, when people would meet in halls together, different peoples from different villages, all those tempers, yet swords were kept at bay. It was Snotra's wisdom, prudence, social courtesy. She let everyone come together from different backgrounds to just get along. And I thought it was important for, as great as these gatherings have been, with minimal issues, this is being the largest. Look to her, thank her for her guidance over the past, ask for her blessing tonight and through the weekend. So if anybody has anything offering to build a cairn, just come up, lay it right here.
We all walk from different past lives and different, our ancestors, right? So what a great way to represent the gathering into a single unity, a focal point.
Real quick, just go around. I'll start, just say where you're from. Montana? Ohio? Kentucky?
Michigan.
Indiana.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Texas. Ohio.
Ohio. Indiana. Kentucky.
Upper Michigan.
Wisconsin.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Kentucky.
Tennessee. Snotra, all these people, and all the ones gathered in the two lodges below, coming together in unity. We thank you.
Where did it go?
We got you.
Oh shit.
Let's give him one more just for good measure.
Svart of dag,
You want to know why it took so many people to carry Tyr? Because he wasn't strong enough to lift that cauldron.
Helig värdighet när fenju och menju Missing bad fermar sarten bad fermar en girl Helig värdighet när fenju och menju En bad fermar en fermar sort Helig värdighet när fenju och menju Missing bad fermar sarten bad fermar en girl Helig värdighet när fenju och menju En bad fermar en fermar sort
It's mainly because I'm focused.
Tyr! Hladdo min ord! Ektigya min yoke! We gather in a group, a large group, armed to the teeth. We travel from your god pole, carrying your essence, where our offerings will be given at the Tyr Rock we've given to you in March. For those that don't know, there is a hole in this rock. Inside is the unknown, similar to when Tyr lost his hand to Fenrir. I ask if your giving, your offering goes down this hole, surrender your hand to the wolf's joint and pull it out unscathed. If we will, we shall begin to walk. We're here at your rock. We have our offerings to you, our sacrifices to you, as you sacrificed for us. We journeyed here as you journeyed from Asgard to Jotunheim to bring back the children of Loki. We struggled up some hills with the mud. We struggled through some puddles of mud. You struggled with the binding of Fenrir. To honor your sacrifice for us, to stave off Ragnarok, we offer to you, we sacrifice to you. I ask now, if you have offerings, offer them.
Hail Tyr!
Hail Tyr!
Put him in the scupper with a hose pipe on and Merlai in the morning. Way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises, way hey up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the bed, gonna captain's daughter, put him in Shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, early in the morning. Way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, way, hey, up she rises, early in the morning.
Live by the milk,
die by the milk, no boys for life.
And now all the internet knows. All right, guys, I want to go and get started so we can get us out of the cold rain and we get some warmer clothes. So I just want to bring us all around as we let this, as we have a little bit more daylight left. I'm hoping this will burn. Let's keep it going the rest of the night. Hopefully this rain stops here soon. But I know Bailey put so much work into this, so I just really wanted to make sure we stopped and appreciated it because she made it for us. She made it for the folk. We're always here to worship the ancestors, those who became before, here to worship the land and worship the gods, which we'll be doing tonight. But we also have to remember that we're a community, and that's one of the most beautiful aspects of all this, is all the conversations, all the love, all the fellowship, all the gifts. I think it's one of the reasons that we're the community and this is the way we are. It's because all of us, every single thing we do is together. I mean, these gatherings would not exist without every single one of you. So thank you all so very much. And as we look at this fire, as we celebrate tonight, never forget the love and bonds of community, because really at the end of the day, that's one of the most important things. So thank you all so very much, and hail to all of us. Hail to the folk. And it won't be the last time I say it. Happy Yule. Happy Yule.
Balthor stood mesmerized at this gate, staring into the thick, lush forest in front of him, with leaves of every color, almost like the forest was in a perpetual state of fall. He could see deer, rabbits, squirrels, and even elk grazing and balancing nature with their existence. Almost like everything that made this forest beautiful vanished as he entered. A crisp, mysterious voice filled the air. "You did not heed our warnings. This place does not belong to man, but to the gods." Balthor did not fear the spirit or god, for he had already passed all tribulations by finding this forest. He continued on, blindly walking through the trees, ignoring the spirits entirely. After a short while, the fog begins to dissipate and a path ahead is revealed. Balthor followed this path until he reached a circle in the forest. There was no fog in this circle, only a large lonely tree. At the base of this tree sat a man with a lawn-brimmed hat, clutching a walking stick. The man had his eyes closed. Balthor noticed from afar he could only see the left side of the man's face. The right was covered in shadow from his hat, but no matter from what direction he looked, the right side of his face was overshadowed. Balthor crept forward and glanced around the circle and noticed the wall of fog that could not enter its borders. He looked up and sees the night sky, the full moon, and thousands of stars, which was odd because Balthor remembered he arrived at the forest in the morning, but he's sure he could not have been walking for an entire day. He could secretly feel the breeze in the branches, the strength of the trunk, and the depth of its roots. Balthor could feel and see all around him. He could see through every tree, for the entire forest was connected. A breeze filled the air, and Odin's physical form was swept away with it, and his voice filled the forest like it came from every tree, leaf, and animal. From whence you came from bark, once you have returned. As you stay here, remember what it's like to be among Midgard. I leave you one last piece of wisdom. A torch is lit by another till it is burned out. Fire is kindled by another fire. A man becomes wise by speaking with others, but foolish by keeping it to himself.
You gotta save the money shot.
Cuts finger off.
That would be amazing.
This was on video. Smash that garlic. Smash that garlic. Smash it so good. Ooh! Too good. Too good. So welcome once again to our dinner. Happy New Year once again. So we got a lot of exciting things happening tonight. A really great meal. So once again, I just want to remind everyone why we're here. We're here to celebrate us as a community. We're here to celebrate the gods and the spirits around us. So tonight we're going to be celebrating Odin. We're going to be celebrating some really powerful energies. This is a very intense ritual. This is the most intense ritual I've ever done as far as a public one. For those of you who were at the North Central Gathering, I did play with this a little bit as far as Galder chanting. So we've been working with this as far as ways to get an entire group into a form of trance. So just to let you know, the way it's going to work is basically where we are, the middle realm, the Midgard. That's why we're here. So I'm going to be taking the warriors, so to speak, is what we're calling them, the people that will be helping me down into the lower world, which we would consider Helheim or the realms below the world tree. And so we're going to be contacting the ancestors there and asking for guidance as we go through the wild hunt, essentially. This is the time of year of a wild hunt coming through. So after that, we're going to come back together, and this is where participating with all of you can help as well. So the warriors will be chanting several runes. Galder chanting is a way of activating the runes, bringing them to fruition. So of course you can paint them, you can anoint them, but singing them is a really powerful way to activate the runes as well. So the gentlemen will be singing the runes. They will be doing it more in a hushed tone, but please feel free to participate once you get the rhythm. You know, we're not shouting them. It's going to be more like a, oh shoot, I can't remember the runes now. Okay. It's not going to be quite so shouting. It's going to be more of a rhythmic tone. I know the ladies are going to help us out as we come back from that, but that's going to be the tone that's going to carry us up, and we're going to talk to the gods. Now this offering will be specifically for Odin, so bring an offering with you for Odin as well. We're building that really big fire out there. But I will say I am using that iron oxide to represent the blood, and so it'll be mixed with mead, so I will be splattering it on everyone's faces. I really want you to participate in this. Just when I come by, feel free to close your eyes, but I think this is going to be a really great way to connect us to the old ways, connect us what we know of the past.
So guys, this is just one little way for me to say that I love all of you. I have the best intentions in the world for every single one of us. We are absolutely fucking crushing this game of life. All the highs, all the lows, we're still fucking right here. So everybody, please raise your glass. I fucking love everything about what we are doing here. Oh, God! I love all of you. Skull! Here's the noise.
Why is that familiar?
It's a little oaky.
A little oaky? Yeah.
I love Lily.
Oh, you did?
I have another one.
Bro, you really?
I love it.
The aftertaste is good though. He gave me like 3 times as much as everybody else.
Ancestors, you called this halot, the blood of the sacrifice. And now it is the blood of the earth, blood of iron. I ask the gods, I ask the spirits, I ask the powers of old to bless this for the new year, for good sun, for good work, and for our community. The mighty Tyr, Mighty Odin. And the Thor. The ancestors practiced this ritual. They covered it in the walls of their temples and their halls. And now it covers all of you. The blood of the earth. The blood of all who have died. We are here to celebrate Odin. We are here to celebrate wisdom, to celebrate Yule, to Yulnir, to Hrafnagoth, to Odin. To the old ways. Before you are warriors who wish to swear oaths to protect the community this night. For the wild hunt is upon us. We have already felt its spirits in the woods. The wild hunt does not care for your lives, but they also do not wish to harm it. The wild hunt rides where they choose to ride, whether that through natural disaster, spiritual attack, stampeding horses. There's many evil tales about the wild hunt. But there are also many good tales about Odin and his host riding out for the hunt for the feast of Asgard. It is to remind us that Yule is a time for celebration, for reflection on what we have and what we should be thankful for. Many of the world traditions come from this celebration of life and gratitude. To these warriors, I hope the gods protect them. To the warriors, I hope they are worthy of Odin. To these warriors, I hope they make the ancestors proud. I hope they make the gods proud. I hope they make the ancestors proud. Let us be grateful for the lives we are given. To the voice, to the chanter, and my orator, lead them in well. And may I guide you well through the world tree. This first journey is to Helheim, the ancestors, so these men may swear oaths of protection spiritually and physically this night as we attempt to see the morning sun rise. Feel free to journey with us, but know this is a dangerous place. I speak now to the warriors. Your feet are roots. We awake in Midgard, where our spirits lie. Gable, Warnil, find hell, we must find a cave. In waterfalls, rivers, or streams. Do you see the roots? You see Yggdrasil. The roots lead you down. We find a cave. It's dark. That's why we have brought fire from our realm to theirs. Take us. Lead us down to meet the ancestors. Do you see the bog? Do you see the swamp? Do you see the water? This is where our ancestors gave to the gods, throwing trinkets, swords, and bones. This is where we find them. And their huts, and their long halls. Grandfather, is that you inside? And he brought them, the ancestors of us all, who we wish to swear an oath to protect from the wild hunt. The wild hunt rides this night. I swear an oath to protect the folk till morning light.
The wild hunt rides this night, and I swear an oath to protect the folk until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection for the folk till morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection to protect the folk until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection for the folk tonight.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection on the folk tonight.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection till morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection until morning light.
The wild hunt rides tonight. I swear an oath of protection until morning light.
If you have offerings to give to Grimnir, now is the time to step forward and give them to him.
Odin! You see your bow? Odin, this fire is for you! about to lead you on a journey through the world tree. Our realm here is Midgard. The gods created this from Ymir's flesh, his bone, his teeth, his brains. Odin created this land, so I say we pay him a visit. Connect well, journey well, and remember, it's how you return and not how you get there. We walk through these trees. Our feet, our roots, our hands, our branches, our eyes are Odin. Our voices, our breath, our ears, our nose, our eyes. Odin. We are the warriors and forerunner, a guide and a boat. You see the roots? Follow them. And in the distance you can see the world tree. It stretches above, it stretches below, and all the realm sits on our branches. We are seeking Asgard, we are seeking Valhalla, we are seeking where our God lies. Odin, Unir, Heroptodon, Heimdall. We seek an audience with you. We seek to enter Asgard. Hear our cries and hear our horns. We wish to have your counsel. We bring gifts, we bring food, we bring gratitude this new year. Odin, allow us to enter your halls. Heimdall, thank you for allowing these heathen souls passage. Odin! We have arrived with gifts. I've arrived with warriors, an orator, and a guide. Here is our folk. Here is our fire. And we are here to celebrate and give good Yule. To celebrate the death of the sun and the birth of a new one. To celebrate as our ancestors did. We are here, the world tree in the gates of Asgard, but humble heathen souls. Share with him deep inside yourselves what you're grateful for. This is what the gods want. Odin, All-Father, rider of the wild hunt, if you ride this night, I hope we're on your mind as we bring you a bounty of gifts from our world to yours. Odin! All-Father! Enjoy this time here. Feel your feet connect to the ground. Feel your hands free. Your hearts connect. Raido. Gentlemen, let us guide him home. Thank you for allowing us to return home. We plant ourselves in the earth, return with the nutrients of the skies above. I want us to remember one thing, that this is Yule. This is a time for celebration before the dawn is upon us. We will sit here all night. We will watch the morning sunrise. As we return home. Have a night of celebration. Welcome home. Please, dance, be merry, drink good Yule. Be grateful and celebrate this night with us. Hail Odin!
And the spirits of the woods!
Good you! Congratulations, everyone. You made it. Well, most of us. Some of you. Not me. But to those of you who made it through the long night, I hope you're proud of yourself. That it really is an accomplishment. You know, we did it last year. I remember doing it last year, and I remember the exhaustion, the excitement, and just the connection I felt as well. You know, it definitely gets a little loopy after a while, but ultimately, this is a type of offering. You know, it's not something we think about. It's not something we read about. But time and giving up your sleep is a really great way to connect to the gods, and especially to this time of year. This was the longest night of the year, and you made it through it, and that's really exciting. So be proud of yourselves. But also, if you did not make it, I'm not just talking about myself, but I know several people took slight naps. But if you did so as well, you also made it up this early, and that also is important. Because obviously not everyone is here. No slight against them, but we made it. Big slight against them. But this also to me is a connection to Heimdall as well, because Heimdall does not get much sleep. And he watches over the realms, watches over the Bifrost, and protects Asgard until the day of Ragnarok when he sounds Gjallar horn. And so this is also a really great way to connect with him, the Watcher of the Gods. But ultimately this ritual is about the coming year, the coming cycle, and the return of the sun finally getting brighter, because that is one of the worst aspects of winter is the long dark. And for the ancestors that came from the northern world, sometimes they did not see sunlight for months at a time, or even for just a couple hours a day. So as you give forward and have offerings to give, if you have them, or just offer the time that you've already given, just reflect on the coming year and what you would like to see in the cycle to come. But thank you all for making it through this long night, and I'm proud of us all. Hear, hear.
Everyone else. Do as I say, not as anyone who's figured himself.
Pagan 101.
Yep.
What a journey we've been on with the weather, right?
Yeah, right.
First night, cold and rainy, keeping us inside. Yesterday, the misty morning, rain throughout the day, the mud, but also the adventures outside. But also just perfect enough when we put up the totems to the gods. Perfect enough when we had the ritual. Perfect enough when the moon came out to say hello. And now perfect enough to have a beautiful dawn. Last year, we did not have a beautiful dawn like this. We had very gray and cloudy skies to welcome the new year. And I think many of us have had very gray and cloudy years. Maybe not all of us. But I'm hoping that this new and beautiful dawn is a sign of the year to come. Thank you all once again for joining us for Yule. And for those of you who have to leave today, please travel safe and carry the memories of this weekend with you, at least until next Yule.
Otherwise, let us continue the celebrations and get some sleep. We might have lost it all now. Future Jacob, can you make it look like I did that right?
Das råan siar på tirban sin siarm. Hei fagreste rinderøy vi alle, og Gud finne kraft i aftrøllenes arm. For der under neder rister anna vinne.
Hail to my family. Hail to the folk. We've gathered here this weekend to celebrate the holy time of Yule. We've honored the spirits of this land. We've climbed the branches of Yggdrasil to speak to the All-Father. We've braved the longest night, greeted the dawn. Tonight, we gather for one last rite in the wheel.
This wreath represents the wheel we have followed. Seasons past, trials, tribulations, victories, but also our hopes for the seasons to come. May we be blessed, and may we deserve our blessing.
Tonight, we gather to give the goddesses the Yules of many years ago. This was a time of dark, time of home and hearth, time to honor the powers of the feminine, time to honor the Disir and the goddesses. Goddesses are ancient and powerful, and their power inspires us to see the power, the beauty, the love in our world and in ourselves. Hail to the goddesses.
Hail. Hail. These powerful feminine forces are ancient, beyond human measure of time. Our ancestors knew them well, venerated them wisely. May we too remember, only honored we do. I hope that we here are among them.
First, we give to the Disir, the mothers of millennia past, our ancient mothers, our ancestors, who guide us from beyond the veil with their love and intuition. Without them, none of us would exist. Hail the Disir. Hail. If you have an offering to give to the Disir, I invite you to give.
Frigg and her handmaidens. What better way to start a goddess float than to begin with the High Queen of Asgard, she who sits upon the throne and sees and knows only what she knows. May we, like her, be wisdom inspired in knowing. Hail to you, Great Mother. Hail. Hail. If you have offerings for Frigg, I invite you to give also her hands.
Freya, Vanaris, Lady of the Vanir, Goddess of love and war, of magic and beauty, she who taught Odin, the Queen of Folkvanga, I give to you this drink of gold. Hail Freya. Hail Freya. You have an offering for Freya. I invite you to give.
To Hel, goddess of the dead, goddess of the underworld, goddess who keeps our ancestors in her warm embrace. May you too find comfort when you find her, and may she grant it. Hail to Hel. Hail! If you have offerings for Hel, I invite you to give. Air, also known Air. I offer you these healing herbs in hopes that you will help us heal. I know that I was sick several times this year. And I know many of us are sick in our hearts and have loved ones who need healing. I offer this to them and to you, Ale. If you have offerings for Ale, I invite you to give.
Idun, goddess who grows the apples which keep the gods of Asgard immortal. Through your actions, life can become everlasting. May we all seek to live the kind of life whose deeds go on forever. Hail Idun. If you have an offering for Idun, I invite you to give.
Dream met goddess of wisdom, goddess who forces us inside in this time of dark. May we honor you. May we remember you, O grandmother of Thor. Hail to North.
Hail North!
You have offerings for North. I invite you to give.
Sigyn, she who bears the bowl of venom beneath the earth. Yours is a love of eternal loyalty. May we all seek to embody your loyalty. May your arms never tire. May our hearts never empty. Hail Sigyn.
Hail Sigyn!
We have an offering for Sigyn. I invite you to give.
To the wife of Balder, to Nana, goddess of peace, I offer you something I created in my grief. May it bring peace as you do. Hail Nana.
Hail Nana!
You have an offering for Nana. I invite you to give.
Your gifts have fed our ancestors since time immemorial. May we all gain a taste of your timeless bounty. Thank you for providing for us. Hail Sif.
Hail Sif!
You have an offering for Sif. I invite you to give. To Angerboda, the Wolf Queen, mistress of the Iron Wood, I give a gift found by a mad poet who has brought your name to many ears. May we all respect the force of unbridled power and potential. Hail Angerboda.
Hail Angerboda!
You have an offering for Angaboda. I invite you to give.
To Mengla, seldom remembered, necklace glad, healer of herself who was so sick. May we overcome our sicknesses. May we be like her. Hail to you.
Hail!
Mengla! If you have an offering for Mengla, I invite you to give.
The ocean, in a sense, is the mother of us all. The origin of all life. A deep well of mystery and power. May we all gaze into those bottomless waters and gain wisdom from what we find there. Hail Ron.
Hail Ron!
If you have an offering for Ron, I invite you to give.
To Skadi, snow queen, ice goddess of the winter, goddess of the hunt, goddess of sport, I offer to you the first snow. May we come to know you during this time. Hail, Skadi.
Hail, Skadi!
If you have offerings for Skadi, I invite you to give.
To Gulveig, the gold thirsty, thrice burned, thrice returned. Your death led to the Aesir-Vanir War, and to the uniting of the tribes of gods. And you rose from the ashes with the luster of gold. May we do the same from our own trials. Hail Gulveig.
Hail!
If you have an offering for Gulveig, I invite you to give.
To Saga, inspiration goddess who writes the tales Odin tells, who drinks from his same cups for inspiration. May we too swim in those waters. Hail, Saga.
Hail!
You have offerings to Saga. I invite you to give.
To Nos and Gersimi, the daughters of Freya, treasure and jewel. May we all find beauty and abundance in the world and in ourselves. Hail Nos and hail Gersimi.
Hail!
Hail,
Gersimi.
We have an offering for Nos Gersimi. I invite you to give.
Jord, goddess of the earth, nothing that we know is not you. We are your children, along with the birds and the trees, and the plants and animals. Jord, what do we give you? I've given you something I've created, the remnants of which I offer. Hail to you, Jord. Hail! Offering to Jord, I invite you.
Nerthus, matron of the Vanir, goddess of the cycle of life and death eternal, mother of the golden twins, the bog queen, I give to you gift of bone and stone, given from you to me, and now given back, and so it all shall be. Hail, Nerthus.
Hail!
You have an offering for Nerthus. I invite you to give.
To the Norns, Erder, Verdanthi, Skald, the past, old Erder, the present, the ever-changing Verdandi, Skald, the young future not yet told. May our carvings on the roots of Yggdrasil reign true, and may they be. Hail to you, the Norns.
Hail.
Hail. If you have an offering to the Norns, I invite you.
We have offered to many goddesses tonight, all deserving of our praise. It's a sad truth that many goddesses have been forgotten to man. There are goddesses whom we only know the name after a single word of association. Ula, Snotra, Oft. There are still those among us who seek to rekindle their flame. We are starting something old anew. And so, we shall give to the forgotten goddesses. May we rekindle their flames. May we remember them. You wish to give to a goddess who is not mentioned tonight, or the goddesses whose names we have forgotten, or the feminine spirits of this land, or any land that you come from, I invite you to give. has spun around.
Through the seasons and back to you.
The feminine guides intuition.
May we learn our lessons well.
Many blessings upon those who honor the goddesses.
Through their actions and devotion.
Goddesses, our thanks and our praise go to you. Our cycle begins anew. Hail the goddesses!
Hail the goddesses!
Hail the folk!
Hail the folk!
Hail the spirits!
Hail the spirits!
Happy Yule!
Happy Yule!
Like I told you, that is one of my favorite gatherings. I have the warmest, most fond memories of this gathering. And I maybe, looking into the year that comes after this gathering, we've just really figured it out. I mean, not to toot our own horn, but this is one of the last gatherings right before we become a official non-profit. And so I think this is really just seeing everything come together. Hopefully you've seen the progression here, the evolution of things that started but became bigger and better. And this is almost every single aspect of this gathering I absolutely loved. This is when Kevin started doing the Snotra rituals. This is really when we ramped up our ritual practice, but also bringing in the sage. We brought in the holot, the fake blood that we used. We did multiple offerings when Logan and Mary did their ritual. I love this gathering. This is one of all the videos I go back and watch. This is probably the one I go back and watch the most, just because this was seriously one of the best weekends, if not the best weekend of my life. Thank you everyone who was at this gathering and joined in the magic with me, because gosh, it was amazing. And I hope you were able to see that in this video from this gathering of Yule of 2021. So with that, we are about to roll over to the year of 2022, which means that we're only at the halfway point. So if you've stuck with me throughout this whole process, thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying this movie marathon. Let me know in the live chat if you're enjoying it and having a good time. This will also probably be a good time to take a pee break while I monologue and say how much I love you guys. Because, again, I recorded this after the fact, so I guarantee you that Jacob in the live chat is taking a pee break right now. But once again, I just wanted to say that if you're enjoying this, just remember this is something I'm going to be doing every year, of adding on each gathering. So maybe by 5 years from now, we're having an entire 3-day event movie marathon, and it's going to be crazy and a good time. And I really hope this is something we continue to do every single year. So I mean, normally I would say like and subscribe. Subscribe would be good if you haven't done that already. Make sure you subscribe. But I'll do a couple promos here again while you're hopefully taking a pee break and grabbing a drink. If you really enjoy the content here at the Wisdom of Odin, I can't do it without the support of the amazing people that support me on Patreon. If you are interested, I have a lot of benefits there, including our Patreon Discord, as well as live streams, early access videos, and a book supporter tier where you get to see more about the books I'm writing, which the book right here, A Yule Story, we just finished the Yule Gathering, is out right now. And this is another way to support me as a creator, is purchasing this book I wrote in the year of 2022. So yeah, it just came out recently. There's a hardcover out now as well, which I don't have laying around here, but this is the paperback. You can buy it now on Amazon. Truly, I'm so humbled. I've sold over 300 copies. I think closing in on 400 copies now. So thank you everyone who's purchased this book. Please make sure you review it on Amazon. I'm about to release a revised edition, I believe, to correct some errors grammatically, and then I'll begin working on the second book called A Midsummer's Tale. Really looking forward to sharing that book with you, hopefully in the summer when it gets complete. I need to start on it real bad, but I really want to get it done. I'm really looking forward to it. And if you're interested in supporting the community, the website is down below, which is www.northerntraditions.org. Our website is there. It's got all of our events coming up for the Yule season. At the point of this releasing, yes, there's still some gathering openings, I believe, probably in the UK and then in California, possibly still. And then also in the Netherlands, we announced there, which is going to be awesome. The Netherlands one is seriously going to be amazing because it's going to be at a Viking village that is like straight up a Viking village, you know, straw beds, only fire to keep you warm. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I'm hopefully going to attend that one. And then we're also going to have a gathering in Scotland coming up. And then we're expanding the gatherings across the country, hopefully more free events. We're going to plan larger events, larger retreats. So we're continuing the evolution, and we're going to continue our growth, but also maintaining our soul and our balance. We're going to have a year-end review with all the nonprofit board members where we really reflect on our first year as a nonprofit. So we're really trying to make sure this community is something that lasts for lifetimes to come, that lasts for generations, and honors the gods along the way. So if you're interested in supporting that community, we do have merch that we sell that goes directly into supporting the community. And then we have a GoFundMe if you want to support the land, because that is one of our major pushes. I believe we're over 16 grand now, and we're getting very close to be able to purchase or put a down payment on a piece of property. So hopefully by the time we're watching these gathering videos at the end of next year, I would love to have land. I would love to go already have the land, and we're building stone circles on it. We're building a yurt. So if you want to support that dream, we need help doing it. And so if you want to support that, there's a GoFundMe link on our website as well. Thank you for everyone that is able to support this community, this page. None of this would be possible. That's why we're having this celebration, this movie marathon, to reflect on how much growth we've had at this beautiful community and all the amazing people that watch this channel. So thank you very much. And I believe I've talked long enough to give you a break for peeing and getting extra beverages and things. So let's go ahead and move forward to the 2022 gathering videos. All right, so gatherings year 3, 2022. Wow, we've been through a long journey together on this gathering movie marathon, but we're starting off here in California, which I think is a great start to the 2022 gatherings. This is a Yule celebration because this is the year of expansion. We're about to watch 9 videos together in 2022, which means I went to 10 gatherings total. I didn't record one of them, but I went to 10 gatherings this year in 4 different countries, which is because we spread out the community abroad. We had a lot of people we were working with abroad, including Terry and Claire, that we wanted to make sure we had gatherings in the Netherlands and the UK. So this year we had 3 international gatherings. We spread to the West Coast, and also right after this whole thing, we're about to go to Texas, and so we're really growing the community, growing our leadership, but also the way we do things. And this gathering was a beautiful location, one of the most beautiful locations we've ever had, with Darius as the main leader out west. He's located near Portland. We're about to have another California gathering at this location because it's beautiful, they like us, and it's near a volcano, and it's just awesome. This gathering location was truly amazing. This is also where we wanted to keep growing our ritual practice, so I actually performed the same ritual here as I did at Ohio Yule just a few weeks prior, because I want to make sure that we're continuing to grow and explore without necessarily having to do new things all the time. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the first California gathering we had celebrating Yule at the start of 2022, and truly this property is absolutely incredible. Hello and welcome to Yule Gathering 2022, but most importantly, this is on the West Coast, which is our first gathering this far west, which we're really excited for, and it's already been a journey kind of getting here. I had a snowstorm, you had a snowstorm, you got stuck at work, but we are on our way. But we finally have Caleb, and Caleb, we have something to say to you.
So, in order for you to blend in with the fellow Portlandians, I gift you this beanie, sir.
Oh.
That way we don't get mugged, you know? You gotta fit in.
Yeah, you gotta fit
in.
I'm just
Now,
like every other hipster.
gentlemen, let's go get ourselves a crisp IPA. Hello and welcome to day 2 of this Yule gathering here in Northern California. It was quite the journey yesterday, hopefully as you have seen. It was a lot of fun and honestly incredibly beautiful. And we didn't manage to get here until very late at night. And so we didn't get to see much of the property, but now, first thing in the morning, we were treated to this. It is absolutely beautiful out here, and honestly perfect to worship the gods of the north. There is about 2 feet of snow on the ground right now and varying in places. We are on the top of a mountain, kind of. We're very close to a volcano, and it is just breathtaking. I mean, a little hazardous though. We actually had a couple people get stuck last night, and we instantly had to turn into a very hard working together community. So most of the people here, this is their first gathering, besides myself, the other 2 fellowship leaders, which Darius and Caleb, which you've already seen, and one other person. Everyone else, it's their first gathering. And right away, everyone had to help by digging out each other's cars and getting them up the driveway. So let's see if we can actually leave here on Monday. But we had a very nice and casual evening. It was very late. We had some dinner and, just talked about what we're going to do this weekend. I gave a couple small offerings along the way, but mostly I was just excited to wake up today and explore this absolutely incredible piece of land. We have a gathering first right here. What have you done?
I made fucking food.
You asked for food. He said gravy.
You said
The
gravy?
food didn't make it in anything. It made it everywhere.
No, turn around. Look at that.
Bowl of snot. Southern fried snot right there.
That right there is our fire pit. So we have to figure out if we're going to do the rituals right there. We want to, because this is an amazing spot for them, and it's not too far from the house up there. Oh my gosh. I just can't take the beauty of this property. As soon as I'm sitting here looking at it, like, look at that. Smoke coming out of the chimney, sun coming up over the horizon. It's just beautiful. But yeah, so we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do for rituals. I mean, if we can get the snow cleared from here, maybe get a fire going, melt some of the other snow. But this is a really beautiful spot for a ritual, so hopefully we can actually pull it off. But should be a very interesting day. Never has so much individual work been put into getting one gathering place ready. We got everyone shoveling a path right now to the fire pit. We got them over there getting the fire ready to melt all the snow out of it. We got people up in the house, get everything cleaned up for breakfast. We got Darius and someone in a Jeep going into town to get firewood. And we haven't even had the first ritual yet. This is all just to get the first ritual going. But man, what a great way to get connected to the ancestors, because they had to do this without snow shovels or something like that. What he said. All right, break time's over. Back to work.
gathered around this fire today to honor the spirits of the land. Not only our ancestors that may have roamed these lands before, but the animals that roam these lands. The trees, the snow, symbolizing ice, and the fire. The two elements that gave birth to us, that gave us these lands, that started the process. I ask you to open your hearts and your minds to the vast world that is unseen to our eyes. I ask you to take deep breaths with me of a count of in 2, 3, 4, out 2, 3, 4. And with these breaths, feel the stillness of the ice. Feel the loud exhale of the fire. Feel the strength of the trees around you. And feel the life that flows through it all. With me. In. Out. In. Out. Feel the energy that surrounds you. Feel it in the folk that stand next to you. Feel it in the ravens flying over our heads today. Feel it in the squirrels that'll scurry through the trees. Feel it in the earth. Feel the deep drum of life flow through us all. Understand that we are here on a very little time scale compared to it, all of it. Know that our time is borrowed. Know that everything we take from this land, we take with gratitude and thanks. Understand we would not be here without any of it. So take a moment. Understand. Give thanks. Know that we are here to enjoy it all and keep it in a better state than hopefully when we leave it. If you have any offerings saved for the fire, please do so now. Now that we have awoken and gave thanks to our land and the spirits that reside here, I ask that everyone take a fruit from the bowl and at your own time, go to your own area, your own space that you feel drawn towards and return it to the land as thanks. Hail the Landvatir. Hail, hail.
Landvatir. Not that.
Yeah, yeah, ding dong.
No, I'm not singing.
Yeah, yeah, ding dong.
I'm not singing.
Play more yeah, yeah, ding dong. Yeah, yeah, ding dong.
I'm not singing it. I refuse to sing this song.
Earlier, we hailed the spirits of the woods, the wolves, the ravens, the trees, the sleeping bears. We hailed them all. We called to them. We asked them to join us to hear our gods. And now, I call to the animals, Odin, Hugin, the moon, and thought, memory that flew above us all today. Come and feast with us. And to those wolves, Gary, Freaky, we have our feast, we have our meat. We wish you to eat, chaw the bones, to lick the marrow. Gary, great, join us. And to Odin, to Yulnir, to Rachnagoth, I have my offering to you. Thank you for this journey, for these folk, for these warriors, this orator, and for allowing me to be the guide. May we journey well. May we return more whole, more recharged, and more renewed. Hail to you, Odin.
If you have offerings to give to Grimnir, Odin, Hrafnagor, step forward and give them to him.
Hail Odin.
Hail Odin.
Hrafnagor.
All Father. Odin, do you see your folk? Odin. You see it with that one eye, and those trees, from your whole here. To Freaky, to Hugin, to Lunin. You wish to take the folk to Asgard. You wish to take them to your golden hall to show our gratitude. Odin, Yulnir. May I lead these folk well. May I lead these warriors well. Please join me in this journey to see Odin.
Udrus, Anzus, Othara, Raido, Udrus, Anzus, Othara, Raido, Udrus, Anzus, Othara.
Odin,
Raido,
we wish to journey. We wish to travel up that world tree. We climbed in a cave before, but now we seek to climb further. We wish to seek Asgard. We seek Valhalla.
Anzus, Othara, Raido, Urus, Anzus, Othara.
You see the tree.
Raido, Urus.
You see the stars.
Anzus.
The realms sit on her branches.
Raido.
The forest is dense.
Urus.
The forest is deep.
Anzus.
We must find our way.
Raido. Urus.
Odin.
Anzus.
Oh, Father.
Raido. Urus. Anzus. Othara.
Yunir.
Raido.
Arachnagoth. We seek an audience with our gods in the halls of old.
Raido.
Heimdall watches your gate. He watches the Bifrost. He guards the way. I see you in your golden hall, in that obsidian stone.
Anzus.
Heimdall.
Othara. Raido.
You gave your ear into Mimir's well, much like Mimir took Odin's eye.
Raido. Urus. Anzus. Othara.
Open the doors to Asgard, Heimdall, for we have gifts for the gods. We have gifts for Odin.
Othara. Raido. Urus. Anzus. Othara.
We're walking further up the world tree. Do you see the realms change? Do you see the stars disappearing and giving way to galaxies? We are traveling the world tree. There it is. Asgard, the golden halls, the golden gates. Odin lies within. We are before the doors, before those golden doors, those holy halls. Odin, we would like an audience with you, with the All-Father, with the Father of Odin, the Father of Thor, the All-Father. We bear gifts in this fire. We are but both the warriors, the guide, and the orator. I have given you my vision. I have given you my sight. The gates are opening. Asgard beckons. Our fire is traveling. Our gifts are waking. Odin, we have brought you gifts. Odin, we have reached your golden halls. Let us enjoy this moment. Let us enjoy our gifts that have been given. The most pure form of energy you can give the gods, that you can give the spirits, is gratitude, is thanks for the journey that we have been on. For the journey through this life, where our only destination is death, is the earth we just traveled from. But in this realm,
Our gods grant wisdom. Our gods give guidance. And for this new year, for this Yule, we ask this next year something that we can be grateful for. I have brought you folk, Odin. I have brought you warriors, an orator, and I am but a humble guy. We have traveled here before, in a land thousands of miles away. And now we are here once again to do the same. Let us enjoy our time here in Asgard with Odin, for soon we must return home. Soon we must return to Midgard. Feel the energy, feel the wisdom, the pain, but also the lesson. Odin, All Father. You'll near a rock in the goat. I'm afraid, folk, it's time to return home. The energy that we have collected here, so that we may continue our lives until that fated day when the Norns have carved our fates in the world tree. But today is not that day. Tonight is not that night. Tonight we are alive, and we are celebrating Yule as our ancestors did. Our pyre is for you, Odin. Now we must return home. Every beat, we are coming home. Our feet are walking, our hands are climbing. We must return home. Midgard needs us. Midgard still has purpose for us. But now we have learned. Now we have the energy of Odin. We have given our gifts. We have given our words, our thoughts, as he gave his eye. Odin, thank you for your ties. Thank you for your wisdom. I know. Thank you for allowing us through the gate, through the Bifrost.
Odin, and hail to a new year.
Cucumber Gatorade mixed with orange Pedialyte powder.
That was what it used to look like to the right.
Yeah, it used to look like that.
It went from this to this. I'm. Oh.
Zoom it in.
Oh man.
Are you ready?
This is the weirdest. No. We'll see how that goes. I'm still feeling a little bit of residual energy from the Odin ritual last night, so we'll see how that goes. See if I can get myself recentered for that. Beyond that, Caleb, you got anything you want to say about the Freyr ritual?
At the moment, right now, it's not going to be anything that's going to be wild or crazy. Bring your offerings down to him and just focus on. I would say to focus on like the love and the care that you feel for your partners, things like that, your family.
Folk, I've wandered far. I'm on the opposite side of the country from the land I was born. A completely different landscape. Different trees, different mountains. But I still find family. And when you find family, you teach them lessons. You share them stories. Today, I have lessons to share from years worth of work with prayer. Prayer is not what he appears on the outside. When you start to look deeper, again, further than just the fertility aspect, he teaches you how to be a man, how to provide, how to protect, how to care, and ultimately how to love. And the story I have to share, it has to do with sacrifice and love. Yngvi Freyr sits on the throne of Odin. And when he does, he sees Gerdur. He immediately falls in love with her. But he can't speak to her. He has to send someone to talk to her for him. And the price that he has to pay for that is he has to give up his horse, and he also has to give up his sword. The giving up of his sword is more than just a personal item or a trophy that he has. Freyr is a warrior. And in the final days of the Battle of Ragnarok, he wields an antler instead of a weapon, or as a weapon. He sacrifices a sword that can fight for itself, without a hand, for something that falls off the head of a stag. Something that dies and begins anew every year in cycle. You can look at it in a way of for the love that he had for Gerda. He's willing to sacrifice his life and accept his death in the final hours of the battle. And I told you all earlier before, in preparation of this, to think about your loved ones, think about the ones that you care for. Now, before we give our offerings to prayer, I ask you to think, what will you sacrifice for the ones that you love? Hail prayer. Hail prayer. Hail. Hail. Please, give your offerings.
Hail, Frere. Sacrifice my past life. Hail, Frere. Hail, Frere. Hail, Frere. Hail, Frere.
Showing the true meaning of what it is to be a man. Helper.
For why?
What a sacrifice for love.
Is that all the offerings?
I had a cap on that.
Took a second. Is there anything left to give? Folk, our time here is ending. Yule is almost over. But the cycle begins anew. And in that, we must learn, we must grow, we must become better people. So take the friendships, the bonds, and the new family that you've gained this weekend. Take the lessons that you've learned. Take the new energy. And use it to turn yourself into who you want to be. Hail Frere!
Hail Frere!
Hail the gods!
Hail the gods!
Hail the spirits!
Hail the spirits!
Hail the folk!
Hail the folk!
And happy Yule.
Happy Yule!
I would drink to that, but I don't think I have any.
I got some.
No, I got a little bit.
Everyone holds up a bottle we got.
Here! My brother.
So, looking at this one, I think the big takeaway is I was really reflecting on the international gatherings in general. Like, I basically count the West Coast as international because it was so far away from what we were doing on the East Coast, you know, flying over there and all those things. And so bringing the love of this community, I mean, think about the torch ritual we discussed in the first fall gathering of spreading that fire. That's really what this year was spreading those torches around the world and around the country and bringing that love, that family, that community, the laughter. I mean, just watching this, I'm like, we were just laughing, just guttural laughter, and we didn't have a lot of cell phone reception, and so, you know, people that I really had never met before meeting for the first time, laughing until they cry, having just a warm fire time. We had to work so much together on this gathering of, you know, digging out the cars, digging out the fire pit. Amazing time. Really wish I could go to this gathering. However, I'm going to the Texas one because we're about to do this again in California. Might be still spots open if you're interested in the California Yule, so reach out to Darius. It might be a little tight turnaround, but we hope to see you there because truly beautiful property, beautiful time. Loved it.